Julius Caesar, the man who laid the foundation for the Roman Empire, with a name so powerful that it was adopted by every Roman emperor and many rulers outside of Rome long after his death. Caesar was that dude. The original people's champ, loved by the millions of Julius Caesar fans around the Roman Republic. But if you somehow have this image of Caesar as an old guy, let me tell you that this dude often fought on the front lines and was once kidnapped by pirates and went more Rambo on them than Rambo ever went on anyone. And also, Caesar was a dog. I mean, that man was a dog. Caesar put the play in Playboy. The man slept with many of his rival senators' wives, and word on the Roman streets was that even men weren't safe from Caesar's appetite.
Dog. He's a straight DAWG.
So let's do a biography on Gaius Julius Caesar, whose great life ended with him being murdered by a man who may or may not have been Caesar's own son. Let's do this. Gaius Julius Caesar was born on July 12th or 13th in 100 BCE. So long ago that back then July was actually called Quintilis, and it was only due to and after Julius Caesar that the month was renamed July in his honor. Caesar was born to a father who went by the same name, Gaius Julius Caesar, I guess now we would say senior, if you will, and his wife, Aurelia. His father was governor and his mother came from a noble family, but the real big dog energy in Caesar's family tree was packed by his aunt Julia and her husband, Caesar's uncle Gaius Marius the Older. And the two of them squared that big dog energy in their marriage and passed it on to their son, who shared his father's name and became known as Gaius Marius the Younger. And Gaius Marius the Younger was the man at the time. Dude was a warrior, badass turned great commander, a real jabroni beating,
pie eating, trailblazing, eyebrow raising, talking is done, you're out of your class, no sleep till Brooklyn, the rock whips you.
He was the people's champ. And at this point in time, the people of the Roman Republic needed a champ because the Republic was failing. Note that this was not the famous Roman Empire ruled by an emperor yet. At the time, it was ruled by two selected consuls and the Roman Senate. But the existing power structure in the Roman Republic favored conservative aristocrats, and their interests, aka money, outweighed the interests of the common folk, and outweighed the interests of the soldiers who conquered the vast lands of the Roman Republic in the first place, but were now cast aside after their service was up, with no pay and no lands. So the people were pissed, and that anger gave rise to the Populares party, previously led by Gaius Marius the Older, Caesar's uncle, but now led by Gaius Marius the Younger, Caesar's cousin, who was dead set on finishing a civil war his father had started against the Roman aristocrats, known as the Optimates party, at the time led by a name called Lucius Cornelius Sulla. A civil war to redistribute the wealth across Rome was about to ensue. A civil war that was an epic clash that shook the Roman Republic and its traditional values to their core. Optimates versus Populares, the aristocracy versus the people. Sulla versus Gaius Marius the Younger, the jabroni beating,
Pie-eating, heart-stomping, elbow-dropping, people's champ.
Yeah, jabroni beating Gaius lost against Sulla and committed suicide in 82 BCE. So that was that. The Populares lost. And for all the members of the Populares, this defeat was pretty bad news, because with Sulla being victorious, he now seized full power and was dictator of Rome. And the first thing Sulla announced was the purge. Seriously, all members of the Populares and their supporters were now fair game. No law. You could literally go American History X on them, and you would even be rewarded for it. Enter 19-year-old Gaius Julius Caesar. The young Caesar was a known supporter of the Populares and married to the daughter of a leading member of the Populares party. He was married to Cornelia. So Caesar was high up on the purge list, with half of Rome basically ready to curb stomp him, which is why young Caesar decided to nope the hell out of Rome and enlisted in the military, where he was safe from the purge and where he kind of was the rookie of the year. Turns out the well-educated and well-spoken young Caesar was really good at the soldier thing, and right off the bat he was a part of successful campaigns in Asia and Cilicia, rose through the ranks, and eventually in 80 BC, at just 20 years young, a year after enrolling, Caesar was sent on a special mission. His troops were locked in a battle, and to tilt that stalemate in their favor, the general asked Caesar to get the old forgetful king Nicomedes to send the allied fleet of ships he had promised the Romans in support. Caesar was successful in soliciting that allied fleet from the king, but he spent so much time at the king's court that rumor began to spread that he also solicited a different fleet from the old king. If you catch my drift. Actually, I don't know if that drift makes any sense. Solicit a different fleet. Basically, rumor had it that Caesar was the old king's lover, but hey,
Man, everyone's gay once in a while.
so basically, the young soldier Julius Caesar was good at handling all kinds of swords. And while he was out doing all that sword handling, back in Rome, Sulla died in 78 BC. The dictator was dead, which meant that Rome was safe again. And after 3 years away, Julius Caesar returned to Rome that same year, only to find out that while he was gone, Sulla had confiscated all his inheritance, which meant Caesar was broke as hell. But Caesar had one very valuable skill he trained all throughout his life. He was a gifted speaker, well-educated, studied in Greek philosophies, and charming as hell. He had all the tools needed to succeed in Roman politics, which at the time were more of a popularity contest and an eloquence contest, even more so than politics today. So young Caesar got a foot in the door, and things were going okay. So he decided to climb that ladder, further his studies by traveling to Greece, further his philosophy to be better at the public speaking thing. But while he was on a ship in the Aegean Sea, young Julius Caesar was kidnapped by pirates. Cilician pirates kidnapped 25-year-old Julius Caesar in 75 BCE. Of course, as most pirates were, these pirates were just after some booty. Yeah, booty, as in a rich gain or prize. And so they demanded 20 talents for Caesar's release. For reference, 1 talent at a modest conversion rate is at least $100,000 today. And these pirates demanded 20 talents. That's a lot of money. I'll leave it to you in the comments to work out just how much money exactly that is, but just know that at this staggering amount of a ransom money for his release, Caesar said, and this is really true, 20 talents, make it 50. I'm worth more than that. The pirates laughed at this young, confident man, but my man doubled down and showed that he was serious, saying, make it 50 talents, and when you get the money and release me, I will come back and kill all of you. So 50 talents it was, and while they were waiting for the 50 talents for Caesar's release, Caesar used the time on the pirate ship to practice his rhetoric on the pirates. He held speeches for them, recited poetry, threatened to kill them once he's free. The usual things you do when you're a hostage on a pirate ship. Honestly, as far as kidnappings go, not a bad time. Kinda sounds like he was kidnapped by the Straw Hat Pirates equivalent of the time, like not the worst pirate crew to be stuck with. So when these fun pirates finally did get the 50 talents and Caesar was released, he did not forget the good times they had together, so he decided to round up his own crew of sailors, get a boat, set sail, hit the oceans, and hunted down the pirates and had all of them crucified with their throats slit. Now Caesar was a free man again, and a little bit of a legend, because this story of how he hunted down the pirates, that's epic now, 2,000 years later. How baller do you think that was back then? Caesar was the man. Charming, alright looking, good looking even some say, killer instinct, survivor. My God was getting laid, you know what I mean? Like, come on, that's a story. You tell that at a bar over some drinks, but you getting laid. Sure, he was married, but man, don't forget, Caesar was a
Down!
and all he saw in Rome was a bunch of bones. You know what I mean? So getting into the details of his love life would blow the scope of this video, but just remember that Caesar had many lovers, because this is going to be important later. Unfortunately, free, legendary Caesar, who hunted down the pirates, was not entirely free to roam around Rome as he pleased. He was too skilled of a soldier, so he was recalled into the military to put down an uprising in Asia. And with the crucifixion of a bunch of pirates under his belt, Caesar was even more of a killer than ever before, and he was such a boss on that Asia campaign that he was called to, that when he returned to Rome in 72 BCE after he took care of business, Caesar was appointed military tribune, which means he now had the right to command his own soldiers and run politically. And upon returning to Rome with all these epic stories and accomplishments under his belt, blessed with a silver tongue, man, Caesar was a rising star in the Roman Game of Thrones, and his career took off. But Caesar never forgot his roots. Remember the populares, the faction of the people formerly led by Caesar's role models, the father and son duo Gaius, Marius, the older, and the younger, standing up for the common folk and the veterans. You remember, right? Just like Gaius, Marius, both of them, Caesar was a true man of the people, a military man that got down and dirty on the battlefield, but could still go toe to toe and beyond with the lofty eloquence of the politicians. Caesar was the man the people needed. Those who felt belittled by the nobility felt seen and represented by Julius Caesar and could relate to him. And I don't want to go into the intricacies of the politics at the time. All you need to know is that Julius Caesar was openly embracing his role as the man of the people and fought for the ideologies of the populares, which meant good old Julius quickly became an enemy of the state, of the status quo. But still, Caesar had a post in the Senate, could claim military successes. Caesar was building a career in politics, and his wife Cornelia was pregnant with their first child.
His life is good, you know what I mean?
And then his wife Cornelia and the baby died during childbirth. A devastating blow to anyone, and even the great Caesar was no exception to that. He was down and out. And you could argue that even though he was devastated by it, this was the beginning of his greatness. Shortly after his wife died, in 68 BCE, Caesar was called into service again to administrate the Roman territories in Spain, and while there, a grieving Caesar stumbled upon a statue of Alexander the Great, and at the sight of the man who had conquered half the known world at age 32, Caesar, who was also 32 at the time, contemplated his life and his shortcomings, fell to his knees at the feet of the statue and wept, swearing that one day Julius Caesar would be equal to or greater than Alexander the Great. With a new level of ambition unlocked, Caesar finished his job in Spain, subduing a few local tribes who had the audacity to rebel against the Romans because, how dare they be upset that we just come into their lands and take what's theirs and impose taxes, and if they don't pay us taxes after we stole their land, we kill them. Like, how can they be upset? Caesar, do something about it. Caesar handled Rome's business, yet another victorious military campaign under his belt, and returned to Rome with his sights set on becoming Pontifex Maximus. And if you're not a historian, that means absolutely nothing to you other than the fact that it sounds very cool. So let me explain what Pontifex Maximus actually means. It's the top dog chief priest position in the Roman religion, and it had a bunch of duties like regulating the calendar, which was actually a thing back then, or supervising marriage, adoptions, wills, random stuff. But for Caesar, that position would have mostly just been a way to do favors for people in power and earn favors from people in power in return.
You scratch our backs, we'll scratch yours.
Well, Jules, the funny thing about my back is that it's located on my cock.
It would be a stepping stone on his rise to relevance. And so getting that position was important to him. So important that Caesar literally spent his fortune to beat out his competitors to secure the position of Pontifex Maximus. In fact, Caesar didn't just spend all of his fortune, he spent other people's money too. Money he borrowed in return for promises of doing them favors once he is appointed in the future. Caesar used the borrowed money to put on the most lavish election campaign, because reminder, Roman politics were a popularity contest, and Caesar played the game better than anyone. He spent money to put on gladiatorial events for the people, brought in exotic beasts to fight against these gladiators, and all that coupled with his charm, his ability to speak, it won him the election. Easy. In 63 BCE, Caesar was officially appointed Pontifex Maximus. A broke-ass Pontifex Maximus. Seriously in debt. Like, so seriously in debt that it's like, when he hosted parties, bro was replacing the wine in those jugs with the cheap stuff. You know what I mean? We've all been there. Some of us are still there. So, yeah, Caesar was broke. And what do you do when you're broke as hell? You start an OnlyFans account. You align yourself with the richest man in Rome, and that's exactly what Caesar did. That rich man was Marcus Licinius Crassus, and Crassus wanted a couple of those favors Caesar was now able to do for people in his new position as the high priest. Crassus wanted a lot of favors, and then one day,
and that day may never come, I'll call upon you to do a service for me.
In return, Crassus paid off half of Caesar's debt. A perfect marriage of corruption. Of course, other powerful Romans noticed this bromance. Yeah, you like that. Yeah, you like that. You like that. And one of them wanted to get in on the action too. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, or just Pompey. Pompey was a military man, a respected general of serious status, so serious that he was literally nicknamed Pompey the Great. And he didn't really like Caesar's rise to fame all that much, but at the same time he knew that there was no stopping this guy. So Pompey went with the good old keep your enemies closer approach, and also supported Caesar. And Caesar played the same game, marrying his daughter to old Pompey to make that alliance official. Some would say marrying off your only daughter for political gain is wrong. Others say he followed
the pimp manual step by goddamn step.
All of this played right into Caesar's hand, because Caesar was not even remotely satisfied with just being some high priest. My guy was on that Alexander the Great quest. Remember? Caesar had set his sights on becoming the consul of Rome, the highest position as far as ruling went within the Roman Republic. And with the support of the people, Crassus's money, and Pompey's respect, that ambition was not all that ambitious. It was a foregone conclusion. In 59 BCE, Julius Caesar was elected co-consul of Rome alongside a man named Bibulus, who was basically the Robin to Caesar's Batman. If Robin was constantly told to shut the hell up by Batman for a few months until he gives up his spot and leaves Batman to do everything alone. That's what Caesar wanted. He was now the consul, the highest position there was, all thanks to the so-called triumvirate he had formed with Crassus and Pompey, the triangle of power between these three powerful men. And now Rome was as close to being under Caesar's control as ever, and as consul, Caesar was able to lay the foundation of eventually bringing Rome entirely under his control one day. He passed laws without consulting the Senate, laws like giving lands to veterans and other laws that more and more cemented him as the man of the people. Caesar also appointed friends and supporters in political positions and did plenty of favors for Pompey and Crassus, so that anyone who opposed Caesar was automatically opposed by the soldiers Pompey had patrolling the city, and anyone who needed to be bought, well, thanks to Crassus's funding, Caesar had all the money to buy everybody he wanted. And all of this was super illegal, by the way. Like, Caesar broke all the laws as a consul, and while you have immunity as a consul and are literally untouchable, a consulship only lasts for a year. After that, you can and will be tried for your crimes. And Caesar knew that, of course. So him, Pompey, and Crassus, the triumvirate, the three men, they devised a plan. Once his term as consul was up, Caesar would be appointed governor of Gaul, a position that also comes with immunity, a little bit outside of Rome, and the plan was that Caesar would govern and campaign in Gaul for 10 years until he is eligible to run for consul again and return. So once his consulship was officially up in 58 BCE, Caesar followed the plan, left on this new military campaign, and again, not just to conquer for Rome, but to line his pockets and to avoid the prosecution he would have 100% faced had he stayed in Rome. So Caesar took 4 legions, which is roughly 40,000 soldiers, and decided that the people of Gaul don't really need their land all that much anyway and were ready to be conquered. How to Get Rich Quick, Gaul edition, by Julius Caesar. First, find the land that is divided and has a lot of kingdoms and tribes fighting against one another. Second, support one of the kings in return for letting you into said lands. 3, join forces and take down the common enemy tribe. 4, threaten the tribe that fought alongside you while they are weak from the battle. 5, force them to now fight for you and feed your army and pay taxes to you. 6, go to the next tribe. 7, rinse and repeat. That's more or less how Caesar took over Gaul, tribe by tribe, region by region, and eventually, after almost 5 years, or just 5 years I should say, Julius Caesar had conquered all of Gaul, governed their land, collected their taxes, which made him stupid rich, And he even managed to invade Britain after he was done with Gaul. Britain, which at the time was an island few Romans had even heard of. But Caesar's military campaigns, they're well documented in many other videos, and that's not what I want to focus on. It will blow the scope of these videos. However, there's one aspect to his military campaigns, to his military side, that's important for you to understand in this video too. Caesar didn't win these battles with superior numbers. He was actually heavily outnumbered all throughout these campaigns. So let's just go into slight detail on one legendary battle to highlight Caesar's military genius and consider this example a very accurate depiction of the military mastermind Caesar was throughout his lifetime. The Battle of Alesia, 52 BCE. After Caesar and his troops conquered Gaul and were busy murdering and thieving in Britain against the will of the inhabitants, one of the Gaul leaders had the audacity to take back his homeland, Vercingetorix. Alright, I guess it's just... I guess there's no dog for the rest of the video. I hope I got your attention. Man, if you turn off now, I am going to be thoroughly disappointed. And I'm just going to... that's the least you can do for the food and the drink anyway. We were somewhere on the Gaul. This is unscripted. I'm not that... Back to the video. One of the Gaul leaders... Let's pull that picture back up. Had the audacity to take back his homeland, Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix united some of the Gaul tribes and led successful attacks against the Roman invaders, which forced Caesar to abandon the British island and return to Gaul to face Vercingetorix in a battle for the future over the Gauls' homeland. But Vercingetorix knew that facing Caesar in a head-on battle would be a deadly mistake, would be suicide. So he retreated from Caesar's troops and scorched the earth on his retreat, making Caesar's troops follow him because he was attacking camp after camp and they needed Caesar and his troops' support. But following through scorched earth meant that Caesar and his troops literally had to march through hell. And in fact, this chase on scorched earth was so hellish that at almost 50 years old, Caesar had to join his troops in the vanguard on the many skirmishes that happened along the way, join them in the vanguard, sword in hand, blood on his armor, battling and all, at almost 50 years old, to boost their morale. And it worked, because Caesar's troops made it through the chase, and eventually his legions chased Vercingetorix's army, or rather caught up with them at the city of Alesia, a strategic stronghold that only an idiot would dare to attack once the enemy has taken hold of it. And Caesar is not an idiot. So the Roman army laid siege to the city to starve them out. But that is actually what Vercingetorix wanted, because he had long sent for reinforcements to attack the Romans from behind, pinch them in, overwhelm them, and defeat them. That meant that Caesar could not attack the city, because that would be idiotic, and he could not starve them out. So what did he do? He had his men built a 10-mile fence around the city of Alesia to fence them in and entirely cut them off from supply lines. And then his army built another 14-mile fence around his own troops besieging the city to protect them from the incoming Gaul reinforcement forces. So when these Gaul reinforcements arrived, the Romans fought them from behind their own fence and used choke points to hold off the Gauls, who had superior numbers. And while the battle was in full swing, Caesar sent a cavalry unit around the back to attack the Gauls from behind. And the Gauls actually thought that these cavalry units signaled a whole swarm of Roman legions that were coming to reinforce Caesar and his troops. So they panicked, the Gauls panicked and fled the battlefield, fooled by Caesar's deception. And with his backup gone, Vercingetorix knew his people and the city of Alesia were doomed. So he surrendered to Caesar after a defeat so devastating, to such an epic display of genius, that surrender was forever immortalized in this painting. Caesar was him. If him is being the murderer of 1 million people, because when Caesar arrived in Gaul in 58 BCE, there had been roughly 6 million people living there, and by 50 BCE, 1 million of them had been killed, and another 1 million had been sold into slavery. So just let that sink in for a moment. Still, for Rome, this was a great victory, and word of his conquest of Gaul and defeat of Vercingetorix quickly made it back to the capital where, if there had been internet around at the time, Caesar would have broken it. So in 100 BCE, before Caesar, this was the Roman Republic. And now, in 50 BCE, after Caesar had finished his latest conquest, this was Rome now. The conquering of Gaul, the invasion of Britain, and the defeat and surrender of Vercingetorix were Caesar's magnum opus. And if this story had a happy ending, this would have been the key moment. But there was one problem. While Caesar was gone, Crassus had died while campaigning elsewhere. And with Crassus gone, the triumvirate, the power of three, the balance of three, was no more. And with that balance of power broken, Pompey seized as much control in Rome as he could while Caesar was away, and Pompey lobbied against him. Remember how Caesar would have been up for prosecution for breaking laws as consul, but a lot of the laws he broke was a favor to Pompey? And remember how Pompey, and Crassus agreed that Caesar was to have governorship for 10 years in Gaul so that he could conquer the territories, enrich himself, and then return to run for consul again? Yeah, while Caesar was gone, Pompey turned serious snitch. He told everybody that Caesar had overextended his term as governor of Gaul, that he was conquering on taxpayers' money and sacrificing the lives of Roman soldiers against orders without permission, all for his own greed and excess, and basically Pompey painted Caesar as an enemy of Rome, all while Caesar was gone. Of course, Caesar had supporters in the city, but they were drowned out by Pompey and his supporters, and word around Rome quickly became, Caesar is a traitor. Caesar stole territories from Rome. Caesar is coming to attack us. This was a real Game of Thrones chess move right here from Pompey. I mean, snitch as hell, but well played. Well played, sir, because it ensured that when Caesar returns to Rome, he will be tried, punished, stripped of everything he accumulated on his campaigns, forced to turn it over to Rome, and most likely be executed. So, what was Caesar's response to all of this? He famously said, Alea iacta est. The die is cast. Oh, he was going to come back to Rome, all right? Yeah, with his army, with 10 legions, and that's 100,000 soldiers who had been fighting alongside Caesar for years, who would die for their general that had proven in battle that he would die for them. Caesar was not going to back down from Pompey. He was bringing war to old man Pompey and Rome, except that this war was much more like a Cold War than the previous civil wars that Rome was engulfed in. This war was more of a race against time. Should Caesar and his troops make it to Rome, Pompey would stand no chance. So Pompey ordered legions of troops from the Greek territories to return to Rome ASAP and stand by his side. And should they arrive in Rome before Caesar does, Caesar would not be able to defeat them, certainly not without burning down half of Rome and losing the support of the people in the process. Basically, whoever manages to get to Rome first will be the one to win this race to the throne of Rome. Caesar knew he would not be able to make it in time with his whole army, so what he did was have one legion split off, and he led that legion personally, marched on the double, and on January 10th, 49 BCE, Caesar and his legion famously crossed the Rubicon into Roman territory, an act that symbolizes war against Rome, but also an act that meant that Caesar had beaten Pompey to the punch.
Caesar is in Italy! What can it be? Caesar is in Italy!
So Pompey and his supporters fled the city. Rome belonged to Julius Caesar. Now there was just one more thing standing between Caesar and absolute power. Pompey and his powerful supporters from the Senate were still alive after fleeing the city, and two of those supporters are particularly noteworthy: Marcus Junius Brutus and Marcus Porcius Cato. Remember how I told you that Caesar was a
Down!
Well, one of the many bones that this dog had in his collection was Servilia, the mother of Brutus and the half-sister of Cato. Now, it is still debated to this day whether Servilia had Brutus with another man or if he is the illegitimate child of Caesar, a child he might have had with Servilia in a teenage fling when he was about 14 or 15. Not an unusual age at the time to get someone pregnant, not back in ancient times, but really, we'll never know. All we know is that, due to his relationship with Brutus's mother, Caesar and Brutus were close. But Brutus was also close with his uncle Cato. Brutus was also a man of the Senate, and Brutus was also a supporter of the Republic through and through. So Brutus was highly critical of Caesar seeking power for himself, and highly critical of Caesar representing values that would doom the Republic and effectively turn it into an empire. To simplify, Brutus was against Caesar and stood with Pompey. And when Pompey fled, Brutus and Cato were two of the supporters that fled Rome with him. So before Caesar could enjoy having taken over Rome and rule it, he had to take care of Pompey because he knew he would come back to fight him. That meant that in 49 BCE, shortly after his return, Caesar left his best general and good friend Marcus Antonius, aka Mark Antony, in charge of Rome, while Caesar took his troops to Greece, where he laid the smackdown on Pompey. I mean, to be fair, not easily. They fought twice, and Caesar lost once, but Caesar won the decisive battle so decisively that Pompey fled to Egypt. And what did Caesar do? He chased Pompey to Egypt, and when he finally got there, Pompey had already been beheaded. Head chopped off, and they were like, "Yo, Caesar, hey, here's Pompey's head." But let me rewind a little bit. Why did they do that? And what was going on in Egypt at the time? And the time is 48 BCE, by the way. Egypt was ruled by the Ptolemy dynasty, a dynasty that started when one of Alexander the Great's generals took over Egypt. You might know this dynasty best as the one that Cleopatra belongs to. Man, I swear this video is such a name-dropping video. It's just like Cleopatra, I'm just dropping these big names. Yeah, Cleopatra appears now. And currently though, Cleopatra was in exile, not a queen. Kind of a queen, but a queen in exile. And the one actually in charge of Egypt was her 13-year-old brother, Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. And when Pompey arrived in Egypt, Pharaoh Puberty XIII wasn't about to show hospitality to a man that was being chased down by Caesar. Even here in Egypt, people knew of the greatness and ruthlessness of Gaius Julius Caesar, and he was not somebody you want barreling down on your country angry. So Pharaoh Puberty XIII had Pompey beheaded. And when Caesar got there, he proudly presented Pompey's severed head to him as a welcoming present. And Caesar was pissed
Shame on the house of Ptolemies for such barbarity. Shame.
You are enemies.
He was a consul of Rome! A consul of Rome.
Caesar was actually chasing Pompey down to tell him that he forgives him and wanted to offer him a position in the Senate. He came to tell him that he had already forgiven all of Pompey's supporters, including Brutus, and also reinstated their position in the Senate. So he was not happy at all that Pompey was dead and was mad at Ptolemy the 13th. And remember how I just said Cleopatra was in exile? Yeah, she was beefing with her brother too. It was a whole weird thing about how her brother was married to her when she was, when he was 11 and she was like 19. It's weird.
How funny you look in Father's chair.
They were beefing. She was exiled, and once exiled, Cleopatra got word from her spies that her brother had started beef with Caesar. Cleopatra had herself smuggled into Caesar's camp, wrapped in a rug. Like, seriously, she wrapped herself in a rug and had that prime delivery sent straight to Caesar's place in Alexandria, Egypt, where when 51-year-old Julius Caesar unrolled the rug, ta-da! Beautiful 21-year-old Cleopatra, ready to do some seducing and scheming. She convinced Caesar to overthrow her brother and install her as pharaoh. A pharaoh that would always be on Rome's side, supply the republic with food, always pay taxes on time, and also a pharaoh that would get sweaty with Caesar. And I'm not just saying that because Egypt is hot. You know what I mean? I say that because they had sex. Man, these jokes are so stupid. Oh. So Simpus Julius Caesar did as Cleopatra asked and casually started a civil war in Egypt in 47 BCE and defeated Ptolemy the 13th's troops at the Battle of the Nile, where once again, despite being over 50 years old, Caesar was not some old man sitting back, but actively a part of the battle. His ship actually capsized in the fight, and Caesar swam to shore during the battle, while Ptolemy the 13th's ship was also sunk during the battle, but he, the pharaoh, drowned at sea. Caesar won. Caesar went to war for Cleopatra and won. So Egypt was hers while she was his. And so Simpus Julius decided to stay in Egypt with the new pharaoh for a couple more months for some loving, and rumors in Rome started to spread. While Caesar was away, Antonius, Mark Antony, and Caesar's other supporters pulled some strings to have Caesar appointed as sole dictator. And now the man they had just elected was in Egypt getting it on with a foreigner? To make it worse, when Caesar did finally return to Rome in 46 BCE, he brought Cleopatra with him?
That is blasphemous!
But it's okay, because Caesar is still a badass who on his way back to Rome casually made a stop at the Bosporan kingdom to defeat King Pharnaces II in 5 hours. A defeat so easy that Caesar then dropped one of the coldest quotes ever. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Though it should really be I came, I saw, I won. I won at the end, but semantics. So now Caesar was seriously and fully in charge of Rome. And again, if this were to have a happy ending, this would have been the last stop to get on that happy ending train. Remember Pompey's supporters that Caesar forgave? I mentioned 2. There were a couple, there were a lot in fact. But remember Brutus, who may or may not have been the son Caesar had with his old flame Servilia? Yeah, Caesar not only forgave Brutus for siding with Pompey, but during Caesar's battles with Pompey, Julius Caesar went out of his way to ensure that no one would harm Brutus. And now, Brutus was one of the main guys plotting against Caesar. Ungrateful little snitch. Caesar bringing along Cleopatra was the perfect controversy to exaggerate, so Brutus and the other Pompey supporter snitches spread the word that Caesar had a son with Cleopatra and was a traitor to Rome. Rumors that Caesar, of course, denied, but it didn't help that Cleopatra named the son he denied Ptolemy the 15th Caesar, aka nickname Caesarion. Like, girl, read the room. To the Caesar haters, this union with Cleopatra was proof that he was planning to weaken the Roman bloodline and rule over the Egyptian territories. It was proof that Caesar was simply out for total domination for his own ego, his own good. And when Caesar was appointed Dictator Perpetual, dictator for life, in 44 BCE, their fears peaked. This was the last straw. Brutus and his kin agreed. Caesar had to be stopped, or what little is left of the Republic would be gone forever, and Rome would serve at the whims of Julius Caesar. So the little ungrateful Pompey supporting traitor snitches and togas decided that Caesar had to die, and they set up a fake meeting, fittingly in the Curia of Pompeii, at the entrance of the theater of Pompeii, where they planned to murder Caesar. And on the morning Gaius Julius Caesar was set to attend that meeting, his wife Calpurnia, by the way, he remarried and had a wife, but you know, on the night of the fateful meeting, Calpurnia had a bad dream and told Caesar not to attend, because she had a feeling that something might happen to him. Supposedly, this is truly what happened. And just as Caesar was about to listen to his wife, guess who convinced him to go and attend the meeting? Brutus. The man whose life Caesar saved, the man he forgave, the man who may or may not have been his firstborn son. Brutus convinced him to attend the meeting, where Caesar was handed a document to inspect before 60 cowards in togas crowded him and assassinated him with 23 stab wounds on March 15th, 44 BCE. And though we will never truly know Caesar's last words, nor if there even were any, Shakespeare famously interpreted them to be et tu, Brute? And with his last breath, Caesar covered his own face with his toga, because he could not bear to stare into the eyes of the man who delivered the final and fatal blow, killing Julius Caesar by stabbing him in the groin. Brutus. Augustus, the first emperor, the man who created the Roman Empire, the man who defeated Cleopatra and Mark Antony and sent them to their grave, the man hailed as the son of a god, is also a man who kind of had the reputation of being a bit of a bitch. Seriously, Augustus was called a coward more than once, and the only battles with death he had was against his own weak body and health. In actual fights, his biggest victories were with him hiding behind either the muscle of Mark Antony or the muscle of his childhood friend Agrippa. Augustus was weak, physically. But aside from the physical aspects, Augustus was a
genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
Man, Augustus had a mind so sharp he could mess around and cut his head off. You know what I mean? A heart so cold he could and did kill thousands of his own people just for money. A heart so cold that even friends and family could be dead to him in a beat. Yet at the same time, Augustus had a heart that beat for the people of Rome. It is as contradicting as it sounds, and that's because there's more to Augustus than just him being the first emperor. His story is that of how the weakling Gaius Octavius became one of the most powerful and important human beings ever, how he became Caesar Augustus. Augustus was not born as Augustus, and he wasn't even born in August. He was born on September 23rd in 63 BCE as Gaius Octavius, and throughout most of his life before he adopted the name Augustus, he was known as Octavian. So we will go with that name too. Octavian was a weak boy, born into a powerful family. His great uncle was Julius Caesar, and since Octavian's father died when he was just 4 years young, Octavian was partly raised and largely educated by Caesar's sister Julia. But that doesn't exactly mean that Octavian was destined for greatness. If anything, the young boy, it looked more like he was destined to die. The boy was always sick. With what is hard to say 2,000 something years later, but he was that kid with asthma and allergies and food intolerance and climate intolerance and migraine and dental pains and a weak immune system. You get me? Man was not picked in PE. Not even last, just not picked at all. It was like, bro, coach, we'll play 4 and 5. We're good. We got this. So that didn't exactly scream greatness at the time. It definitely screamed nerd. And good thing Augustus, or Octavian, was born wealthy, because the kid would have been bullied to hell. And if this were a movie or an anime, the weak genius with a sickly constitution but great ambition would definitely grow up to dominate everybody. But luckily this is real life. And actually, that's exactly what happened. I'm just realizing that's exactly what happened. Octavian, or Augustus, is the OG archetype for the nerd turned tyrant. But while Octavian was growing up, that tyrant was still Julius Caesar. Well, the term tyrant depends on which side you stand on. To the Republic-loving people, yes, Julius Caesar was a tyrant because he wanted sole power. But to the people of the actual Republic, the populace, the people, Caesar was a hero, the man, because the Republic at this point in time was way past its due date. The Roman Republic was crumbling hard. And you have to know that the idea of a republic was to have no more kings rule over Rome, but to elect those in power, to elect a senate and consuls who rule in short terms and then are re-elected so that they truly represent the people. That was the idea. That's what being a republic means by definition. In reality, though, at this point, all those elected to represent the people had to come from elite noble families, and they were completely out of touch with the people they were supposed to represent. Like, it really was like this.
You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg.
Yet, these leaders were in charge of the people of Rome, taxing them mostly for their own gain, them, the rich, getting richer and richer at the expense of the poor, and putting people into power for favors or money, or to create just an ever-repeating cycle of elites in charge. The Roman Republic was corrupt as hell. And the people were fed up. So by the time Julius Caesar came to rise, Rome had been in constant civil wars for almost a century, and the people hardly ever knew even a decade of peace. It was civil war after civil war. Rome was a mess, an uncivilized backwater hole far from the great Roman Empire that we now know. But the Roman Republic had potential. And that's what Caesar was aware of, because he knew that the people in power would never allow the system of the Republic to change until someone makes it change. So Caesar was like, yes, me, I got this. And he strong-armed his way into power, waltzed down the elites, and gave back to the people. While he had a little bit of power, he gave back to the people. And they loved him for it. He made their lives better. And the lives of the nobles and the Senate, he made their lives worse. So the nobles and the Senate, they killed him for it. On March 15th in 44 BC, forever known as the Ides of March, Caesar was lured into a fake meeting by 60 senators who then stabbed dictator Caesar in the name of the Republic, and the main conspirator you need to know about was Brutus, who deserves a little more attention in this video. Brutus was the son of Servilia. Servilia was the forever affair of Caesar. Servilia and Caesar were on and off for longer than Rachel and Ross, so long it's literally lost to history. So it could be that Brutus was actually Caesar's son from a teenage night in heat. Nobody knows. Whatever the case though, Caesar loved Brutus almost like a son. But Brutus really loved the Republic. He really believed in its ideas, that system. He really thought that it was best and fair, that no king would ever rule again because kings and their whims should never rule. No one ruler can ever be good for a realm. So then Caesar became a lone ruler. Kind of a problem with your kind of dad, Caesar, being a ruler, and Brutus chose to stand with his beliefs, no matter how hard. And since Caesar kept on growing, Brutus had to keep on opposing him at every step. But Brutus kept losing in every battle to the unstoppable force that was Julius Caesar, and yet still, after every victory, Julius Caesar forgave the treacherous Brutus, because he understood.
I presented you with an impossible dilemma. You did only what you thought honorable, I'm sure.
Brutus simply believed in his principles, values. Caesar still loved him, but Brutus still, despite all this, kept on holding on to his principles. He believed in the Republic, and he knew that there was only one way to stop Caesar, who was about to crumble the Republic, and that one way to stop him was death. And only someone Caesar trusts could kill him. Only Brutus could. And I wanted to give you a bit more backstory of how Brutus' train of thought would have been at the time, because Brutus is often painted as pure evil, a pure backstabbing, treacherous piece of crap, but he really believed in the Republic and feared power in the hand of one man. And how many singular people do you know that could really rule well? Brutus was not willing to find out. In his mind, it was either the Republic or Caesar, and he knew.
Sometimes a person has to choose. Sometimes the world forces his hand. If a man knows what he is and remains true to himself, the choice is no choice at all. He must fulfill his destiny and become who he is meant to be, however much he may hate it.
I know we haven't gotten to Augustus yet, but all this is super important, and I'm setting the stage. You know, let me cook. They should let me cook. What? Let me cook. So, on that day in March, it was Brutus who convinced Caesar to attend the meeting and led him into the halls, where he was then assassinated by 60 senators, with Brutus delivering the final blow. And when the deed was done, Brutus thought he did good. He really thought he just saved the Republic, and the people would thank him for it. And the other conspirators, most notably Cassius, expected to be viewed as heroes that stopped the tyrant from seizing power. But they forgot one thing. The people really hated the Republic. They were tired of being oppressed. They were tired of the constant civil wars. One man in charge, a man that cares about them and brings stability and reform and ends the corruption of the nobility. That actually sounded like a good idea right about now. Brutus and Cassius forgot about how much the people actually loved Julius Caesar, but even more important than that, they also forgot about Caesar's trusted general, Caesar's muscle, the man who inherited Caesar's will and fire. They forgot to kill the man who was sure to avenge his friend. They forgot about Mark Antony. Mark Antony was still alive, and he was going to do anything. Yeah, after Caesar died, Mark Antony fled the city. I mean, avenging sounds cool on paper and all, and there's a reason the word has a superhero band named after it, but at this point in time, I mean, what are you gonna do, really? Like, what are you gonna do? A bunch of powerful senators just killed the most powerful man in the city, so Antony booked it the hell out of Rome, which sounds cowardly now, but do know, Antony will be back in force. I mean, one of the men opposing Caesar famously said of Mark Antony surviving this day in March, "The Ides of March was a fine deed, but half done." Antony was the big bad wolf looming over the sheep of the Republic. And I want you to keep that in mind. But before we focus on the big bad wolf, there was another little wolf cub that happened to be out of town when Caesar died, Octavian. In March 44 BCE, the sickly young boy Octavian was out somewhere around Albania studying astronomy. Because of course the allergic to everything nerd was studying astronomy. Of course, goddamn, if this was a movie or an anime, I would be like, that's too many cliches. God, you know, but this is real life. And obviously, the boy educated and raised by Caesar's sister was loyal to the dead dictator. Him and Caesar had history. Back in 51 BCE, when Julia, Caesar's sister, died, Octavian, who then was only 12 years young, held the oration. And when Caesar went on to a war campaign in Spain in 46 BCE, Octavian went with him. Well, he wanted to. You know, his allergies acted up. His hay fever started acting up, so he couldn't go. I shouldn't laugh because I actually have hay fever too. But I'm serious, like his sickness started acting up. He couldn't go. Octavian fell ill and missed the entire war campaign. And then by the time he joined up with Caesar in Spain, it was way too late. And Caesar was just like,
"The battle is over. We have won."
The point is, Octavian missing the war campaign of Caesar became a running joke in Rome, and everybody ended up calling him a coward, convinced that he missed it on purpose. Sickness? Yeah, right. You know, but remember this. It's a side note only for now. We will come back to this later as a reason I plugged this here. For now, you just need to know this to be aware that Octavian was obviously close to Caesar, loyal to him, and everybody knew that. And Octavian knew that everybody knew that, so he knew that he would be next on the hit list. And while he was there in Albania studying his astronomy books at 18 years young, he was scared and consulted his best friend Marcus Agrippa on what he should do now that Caesar was dead. And you really have to know that Agrippa and Octavian was like the Roman version of the Pinky and the Brain.
The Pinky and the Brain, yes, Pinky and the Brain.
Except, yeah, actually not, because Agrippa was not stupid like Pinky and not weak as hell and skinny as hell like Pinky. So imagine him like Octavian being the brain, yes, and Agrippa being like the swole Pinky. You know what I mean? Like the swole Pinky. Yeah, they were the swole Pinky and the brain. Best friends since childhood with an unbreakable bond, because years ago, when Caesar was fighting a civil war, swole Pinky, Agrippa's brother, had fought against Caesar in that civil war and was captured. But thanks to the brain, Octavian, who was pleading on behalf of swole Pinky, the brother was spared by Caesar. So swole Pinky, Agrippa, and brain Octavian were loyal best friends for life. Alright? So here they were, Albania, 44 BCE. Brain Octavian is reading some astronomy book, and swole Pinky Agrippa is doing biceps curls or something, I don't know. And they hear the news of Caesar's death, and brain Octavian is like, I don't think I can ever go back to Rome. They're gonna kill me. And Swole Pinky Agrippa is like, bro, it's your destiny. Curling, biceps curls. It's your destiny. You always get your head up in these books, all up in these stars. This is your chance to actually be one of those stars. He was proud of that line, and Brentavian was like, I'm not gonna lie, bro, that was pretty deep. And so, so stupid. And so the Pink Grippa and the Brentavian decided to return to Rome. Meanwhile, the other man that inherited Caesar's will of fire also made his return to Rome, Mark Antony. Mark Antony at the time was actually the consul of Rome, which after Caesar kind of broke things, sometimes felt more like an empty title, but still, he was a consul. It has some meaning. And Antony had a job to do: avenge Caesar. So Mark Antony returned to Rome in late March of 44 BCE, just weeks after Caesar's death, and publicly read Caesar's will to the people, who were still in mourning and were delighted to see Mark Antony, because again, he was Caesar's right-hand man, the natural heir to Caesar's will of fire, so who better to read the actual will? And Antony read that thing out loud with confidence, like, I, Gaius Julius Caesar, first of his name, breaker of chains, mother of dragons. Sorry guys, I was watching the Game of Thrones marathon while I was in hiding after my best friend was killed, and I left you guys alone with his killers in the city. I'm sorry, I was acting like a coward. Anyway, I, Caesar, in this here will, declare that I give all my cash to my adopted heir, Gaius Octavian. What the fuck? Yeah, Caesar gave all his money to Octavian and made him his heir. Like, posthumously, is that the word, posthumously? Posthumously adopted. That is serious stuff, like he really meant that. He also left 2 months of salary for each Roman citizen to be paid from Caesar's riches. That again, all went to Octavian. Like Caesar basically left Octavian everything and left Antony nothing. And Antony was standing there with the will, and he was like, does anybody want to hear this crap? Like, really? I mean, he's dead now. What's that? May never die, right? How about them Greyjoys? Let's talk about Game of Thrones and get drunk. Anyone? And from that day on, Antony tried to bury Caesar's will and tried his best to make the people believe that he, Mark Antony, was to be Caesar's successor, not the weak boy Octavian. And since the people genuinely loved Mark Antony and knew him to have had Caesar's trust, and he was a consul of Rome at the time, yeah, he had a legit case and the power to actually influence the public opinion. But denying Octavian his inheritance, I mean, it kind of started a beef with Octavian and Agrippa, because when Octavian heard the stunt that Mark Antony was trying to pull, he was like,
I have a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Well, Octavian did the talking and Agrippa did the walking, but the point is the thread kind of stood. The point is, you don't mess with the pinky and the brain. Swole pinky and the brain. You get my point. A rivalry was born. Back in Rome, Antony used his power to get the people on his side and positioned himself as the one to carry on Caesar's legacy, and most of all, as the one to avenge Julius Caesar. And for that, Mark Antony got the people in a frenzy. Mark Antony, it was a drunk, a party guy. You know, he understood the people. He understood the simple things in life, and he was really good at riling people up, for better or for worse. So Rome got real hot for Caesar's assassins. It got real hot for Brutus and Cassius, so hot that they had to flee the city. The ones who killed Caesar to save the Republic were no longer welcome in the Republic.
Well, well, well. How the turntables...
So Brutus teamed up with fellow Republic lover and Caesar assassin Cassius, and they fled to Greece and Macedonia, where they governed over Roman territories, away from the mob and away from Mark Antony's influence. Now, you might be thinking, why does Antony not just kill them? Well, this is still a republic, even if it was falling apart, and since Brutus and Cassius held high positions, that still meant something in that republic, regardless of the people's current opinion of them, regardless of Antony's power. Antony did not actually have sole authority over Rome, so it wasn't easy to have Brutus and Cassius just killed. Chasing them out of the city to rule in Greece and Macedonia, that was the best Antony could do, for now. In order to do better though, Antony tried to gain more power, and in order to do that, he realized that he had to play ball with the system of the Republic. He had to align himself with the remaining Senate, with men of the Republic, in order to avenge Caesar, who tried to topple the Republic. I know it's confusing, it's politics. Mark Antony played both sides, and remember that all this time Octavian was now back in Rome, fully aware of the inheritance that Antony tried to keep from him, fully aware that Antony was trying to take Caesar's place, and fully aware of Antony cozying up with the senators, Republican faithfuls, Caesar enemies. Yeah, Antony was kind of a traitor to Caesar's cause, and what Mark Antony underestimated was that Octavian played the gossip side of Game of Thrones better than anyone else, and Octavian fiddled Antony like a play. Octavian played Antony like a fiddle. First of all, he made sure everybody knew the truth about Caesar's will. Then, he made sure everybody knew Caesar was going to give every Roman citizen money, but that Antony withheld it. And then, Octavian made a big show out of selling Caesar's villa and using the money to give it to the people. And then, the brain held the most lavish funeral games and ceremonies for Caesar. And remember how he had been off studying astronomy? Yeah, Octavian knew a comet was going to pass by during the funeral games. He made sure everybody in Rome saw it, and then he made sure to push the narrative that this funeral comet was a sign that Caesar had just ascended to become a god. And why go to such lengths? Well, because, thanks to Caesar's will, Octavian was Caesar's one heir, his one son, right? So Caesar was now officially Octavian's name. He was Gaius Octavius Caesar, and he was not only the son of the late and great Julius. No, thanks to the comet stunt, Gaius Octavius Caesar was now the son of a god. He was Divius Filius, a title he would later officially adopt. But when I tell you that there's levels to this stuff, man, Octavian played this game like... Once the people heard of Antony cozying up with the Senate, withholding money, coupled with the lavish display Octavian just put on for them in the honor of their hero Caesar, the public opinion of Mark Antony changed with a quickness. Octavian now had the people's support. He beat Antony at the game that Antony foolishly started.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
So now, Antony was down and out. His time as consul was up. The people didn't have his back anymore, and the Senate now saw no benefit in associating themselves with Mark Antony. Everything that Antony had planned blew up in his face. He became enemy of the state #1. The Senate wanted him gone because he was power hungry, impossible to control, a constant threat that follows Caesar's ideology and doesn't care about the Republic. And the people didn't know what to believe about Mark Antony anymore. So in 44 BCE, Mark Antony left for Gaul to do a bit of governing and war stuff, and mostly just to get the hell out of Rome. And usually, getting the hell out of Rome works for most. It worked for Brutus and Cassius, but it didn't work for Mark Antony. He had done too much. It was too dangerous for the Senate to keep alive, so they sanctioned 2 legions to go after Antony and take care of him, and Octavian was assigned to go with those legions to hunt Antony down. And yeah, I know, Octavian joined the Senate-sanctioned legions to hunt down Mark Antony after he publicly dragged Mark Antony for cozying up with the Senate. The thing is, it's all about narrative. To the people, Antony didn't have a good narrative for his Senate dealings, just that he wanted more power. But Octavian's narrative was that he was chasing the man who kept Caesar's will from the people, the man who kept money from them, and the man who betrayed them. The people didn't care who Octavian teamed up with at all. All they cared about was that Mark Antony was dealt with, an enemy carefully and masterfully constructed by Octavian, who knew that once the people have a common enemy to hate, they lose sight of all context. There is some relevant social commentary in here somewhere. Octavian controlled the narrative, and so he had the people's blessing to go off with the Senate's legions to confront Mark Antony. The Senate knew Octavian was Caesar's successor, yes, but he had made no claims to power, so to them, he seemed like a friend of the Republic. They trusted him. And when the Senate-sanctioned legions, led by Rome's 2 consuls and joined by Octavian, finally confronted Mark Antony in Gaul, the 2 leading consuls conveniently died, and Octavian took sole control of the legions and then teamed up with Mark Antony to combine their powers and overthrow the Senate. I know, plot meet twist. When I tell you Octavian was devious, you get me. The brain. The boy was playing everybody, and he was only 19 years old at the time, but God, he was a master at this game. And there was no reason for 40-year-old Mark Antony to deny his idea to team up. Octavian now had legions. He was obviously a supporter of Caesar and not a fan of the Republic. Him and Antony had the same goals. An alliance made too much sense. So in 43 BCE, they made the alliance official by teaming up with another Caesar supporter, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who was also about that life of ending the Republic. And since avenging Caesar was the goal all 3 of them had in common, they called themselves the Second Triumvirate. But don't be fooled by Lepidus being one of the big 3 here or something. No, but it's not a big 3. He had enough influence to give Antony and Octavian more power, sure, but if Octavian was Kobe and Antony was Shaq, then Lepidus was like Derek Fisher. And if basketball is not your thing, if Octavian was Beyonce and Antony was Kelly Rowland, then Lepidus was Michelle. Or if Octavian was Paul McCartney and Antony was John Lennon. No, wait, Ringo Starr is actually pretty big. The Beatles have more than 3. Anyways, you get the point. Lepidus was part of something larger than life, yes, but ultimately only immortalized thanks to the other 2. Ultimately, nobody cared about him. Doesn't matter. He still completed the Second Triumvirate, and now Rome was about to change forever. The Second Triumvirate was essentially a dictatorship of 3 men who now controlled the Roman Republic. It was an open secret that each of these men, Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus, was out for personal glory and power. I mean, there was a reason they were Caesar fans in the first place, right? Each one wanted to rule, but neither would openly admit it, and only together they were powerful enough to do the 2 things they did next. First, They carved up Rome. Octavian got the west, Antony got the east, and Lepidus got the south. And once that was settled, next they did something which to me is absolutely more hardcore than anything Caesar ever did. They killed off the Senate. Literally. In 43 BC, they announced the Purge.
Triumvirate edition.
I'm serious. They revealed so-called prescriptions, which officially was a list of 2,000 random Roman citizens that had to forfeit their property and lives, but really it was a list of 2,000 exact people that the Triumvirate wanted to kill for their money. It definitely wasn't 2,000 random people, and it was specifically wealthy people they had beef with, and it also ended up being way more than 2,000 people, more like 3,000 or more that were killed. And mind you, this is not outside of Rome. This is Roman people, thousands of them, that were killed within Rome. And just so you understand, a Roman legion, you know, the ones that go to war, a Roman legion consists of 5,000 soldiers, and when it fights, not all of them usually die. So more than 3,000 people in Rome dead, innocents, non-combatants, that's a lot. And you might hear this and think, damn, I thought the Republic was corrupt and full of backstabbing, and Octavian and co wanted to change that, give it back to the people like Caesar intended, not just kill them, not kill the people. And that's true. But it's also true that in order to achieve that goal, they needed and had to get their hands on money. And for that, they had to go over dead Romans.
Do your people know how many innocents you have killed? Was it hundreds?
Yes.
Lie to me again, and I'll open you from your belly to your brain and feed you your intestines.
Thousands.
And when you put them to the stake, what did you feel? Shame? Horror? Power? Answer me!
Nothing. I felt nothing. A greater crime than the act itself.
Then why spill blood, if not for the pleasure of it?
Because men do not fear swords. They fear monsters. They run from them. By putting one village to the stake, I spared 10 more. Sometimes the world no longer needs a hero. Sometimes what it needs is a monster.
Now the Triumvirate had enough cash to solidify their rule, and amongst the people they purged, by the way, was 300 senators, a third of the Senate. So now, everyone that had anything to say was either dead, was bought out by the Triumvirate, or in the case that neither applied, well, let's just say it played out something like this.
Look at me. Sure. Look at me. Sure. I'm the captain now.
And remember how Brutus and Cassius ran away to be governors of Greece and Macedonia because within the system of the Republic and with the backing of the Senate they were still protected? Yeah, now that the three Caesar riders were in charge, and Brutus and Cassius were not safe. Octavian and Antony were coming for them. And they left Lepidus behind in Rome. You know, like in those movie scenes where the loser of the group has to stay behind to watch the call while the cool guys go and kick ass. In 42 BC, Antony rode up into Macedonia to fight Cassius. And although the battle could be said to have been a draw, Cassius believed that he was defeated, and he took his own life. And I know you probably thought it would be more epic than this. Like, finally, they confront the traitors. I'm sorry, I mean, that's just how it went down. It was easy. One traitor down, thanks to miscalculated suicide. Octavian and his troops, meanwhile, rode into Greece to fight Brutus. But Octavian is simply not that military savvy. Brutus outsmarted Octavian and forced an early battle, defeated his troops, and was then looking to kill Octavian, but Octavian was conveniently not there. Conveniently missed the battle, nowhere to be found. Another bout where his illness kept him away from the camp? Remember how I told you he once missed Caesar's campaign in Spain in 46 BCE 4 years ago? And I said I would come back to that. Yeah, right now we're coming right back to that. Caesar was then waging war in Spain, and young Octavian was supposed to join him, but he fell ill and missed it. So word was spreading that Octavian is kind of a coward. To fight the rumors, Octavian then forced himself to ride to Spain despite being deathly ill. But by the time he made it there, Caesar had already won. Of course, there was no way Octavian could have known the battle was over when he started the journey. And so he took a real threat of dying or riding into certain death in Spain. So that kind of silenced the coward rumors back then, and Octavian earned Caesar's respect. But now, the exact same thing happens again. When it's time for the big battle, Octavian misses it because he's sick. Everybody knew Octavian literally had no immune system, but this timing, twice, it was too convenient. Octavian missing the battle to avenge Julius Caesar and to kill the traitor, Brutus, it changed Rome's perception of Octavian. Octavian was once again considered a coward. And it didn't help that after Brutus defeated Octavian's troops, it was Mark Antony who came to the rescue and defeated Brutus, forcing Brutus to then also commit suicide. So let's summarize. Mark Antony and Octavian ride out to fight two battles, and Mark Antony literally fought and won both battles. Without Mark Antony, this would have not gone well. He won this war. He killed Caesar's traitors. It was Mark Antony who avenged Caesar. But little sickly the brain Octavian was still a PR mastermind, and Octavian knew exactly how to take control of the situation, and he made sure that after the battle it was he, Octavian, who cut off Brutus's head, sent the severed head back to Rome and have it displayed before Caesar's statue so that Rome knows that Octavian gave them the traitor's head. I mean, does anybody right now really dislike Octavian? But at the same time, it's kind of thinking, damn, bro, well played. Like, snitchy, allergic weasel is really a gangster when it comes to mind games. Well, what can you do? And when the fighting was over and Caesar was avenged, Octavian returned to Rome, while Antony returned to the eastern territories, to Egypt. And that meant that while in Rome, Octavian could control the narrative even better now. He deaded the Octavian coward talks by building military statues of himself and putting military imagery of him on coins, and changed the narrative of how the whole battle went down. Yes, Antony might have been the power in the wars, the muscle that won the battle and the one to actually avenge Caesar, but Octavian knew that
power resides where men believe it resides.
back in Rome, Octavian had to deal with a new problem. While Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus had all the power on land, the one in charge of the Roman Republic's navy was Sextus Pompey. And as you probably guessed by the name, yes, he is the son of Pompey. And if you didn't guess that, because I never mentioned Pompey in this video, I mean, damn, this terrible structure. All right, quick Pompey flashback. Who is Pompey? Back when Caesar was on the rise to do his whole dictator thing and to end the Republic, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, aka Pompey, was the face of the Republic. He was traditional, conservative, a general so great that he was nicknamed Pompey the Great, and saving the Republic was his cause. So people like Brutus were loyal supporters of Pompey. Ultimately though, Pompey was defeated by Caesar and died. And with Pompey gone, Caesar finally kind of ruled Rome until Pompey's supporters finished the job and killed Caesar, which they did in Pompey's honor and in the name of the one true Republican, Pompey. And now you know who Pompey was. So here we are in late 42 BCE, and Pompey's son, Sextus Pompey, controls the navy. And needless to say, he was not a fan of Octavian, he was not a fan of Antony, and he didn't care about Lepidus, because no one cares about Lepidus. Octavian tried to smooth his relationship with Sextus over by marrying his aunt Scribia, but honestly, man, if my enemy marries my auntie to try to make himself my uncle, bro, that's a mad trigger. It's gonna make me angrier. And it really didn't make Sextus like Octavian anymore, nor make him feel like their family. So once Brutus and Cassius were dead, it was on Sextus to uphold the legacy of Pompey and save the Republic from the power-hungry triumvirate. And he decided that the best way to do that was to make Octavian's life hell. And the way to do that was to make innocent Romans suffer. Again they had to suffer. The Roman people were again pawns in a conflict between those who were trying to uphold the Republic and those who tried to abolish it. Again, they could not enjoy peace, because Pompey controlled Rome's navy entirely, and he controlled it from outside of Rome, from Sicily, so he used it to blockade all food supplies and trade to Rome, and he starved the city. And there was nothing Octavian could do because he had no navy. Egypt had a navy, but that was Mark Antony's territory, and Octavian was not about to ask Antony to win another battle for him. So instead, the people of Rome starved. And Octavian held a banquet called the Feast of the 12 Gods, where rich people dressed up as gods and got stuffed and was just stuffing their faces. Like, during a famine, you hold a feast, a banquet where they dress up as gods. That's bro, read the room. And you really did that. By now, you must have realized that public opinion in Rome is in constant flux. And with everything that was going on, Octavian's stock was in free fall. And to make all this even worse, yes, worse than holding a banquet while people are starving, to make all this even worse, when Octavian returned from the war with his legions, the veterans needed lands. They needed to settle down. So Octavian took lands from starving farmers and gave it to his soldiers. And to make that even worse, with the supply lines from the seas cut off, the crops from the farms were more important than ever. But these veteran soldiers were terrible farmers, so Rome had less crops than ever at a time where they needed their crops more than ever, which made the Roman famine much, much worse. Octavian really fumbled this entire situation, and this could have been where it all ended for the brain, but a swole pinky, Agrippa, to the rescue.
The pinky and the brain.
Marcus Agrippa saved Octavian's ass, and this whole situation really is a great example of how Braintavian and swole pink Agrippa were the perfect combination. In 37 BCE, after years of food shortages that got worse and worse, Octavian and Mark Antony made a deal in order to renew and keep the triumvirate going. And yeah, Lepidus was just going to go along with whatever they say. I mean, forget about Lepidus. Octavian would give Antony 4 legions, in return 420 ships. Both signed off on a deal. The triumvirate was keep going, yay! And Octavian received the ships, and then he just never sent Antony any legions. And then the swole pinky Agrippa had a lake dug within Rome. And he then trained a navy in the lake he had dug within Rome. You know how crazy that is? With the ships that Antony had sent them. And in 36 BCE, Agrippa took out the lake-trained navy took them out into the actual sea to fight Sextus Pompey, and he whooped him. Pinky and the brain.
The pinky and the brain.
Sextus was finally defeated. Rome could eat again. And as for Sextus's aunt Scribia, the one that Octavian had married to try and bully Sextus, he didn't need her anymore, so he divorced her a couple of days after she gave birth to their first daughter. As cold as hell. To make that even more heartless, Octavian then immediately hooked up with a new woman, Livia Drusilla, who already had a son, Tiberius. Oh, and if you're wondering about Mark Antony's love life, well, basically, Cleopatra, and more Cleopatra. Antony was all up in the Egyptian queen, like,
All done! All done! All done! I don't need it. I don't want it. What's up?
On paper, he was married to Octavian's sister Octavia, by the way, a purely political marriage that was formalized in 40 BC just for the sake of the triumvirate, but in reality, Antony was all up in Cleopatra all day.
All day, son.
And I'm not going into too much detail on Cleopatra here because she would get her own video. But Cleopatra at the time was the legitimate queen of Egypt, and Egypt was a vassal of Rome, meaning it owed fealty to Rome, and Mark Antony and Cleopatra were the power couple ruling it from Alexandria as kind of the capital of Rome's eastern provinces. And Mark Antony loved Cleopatra and Egypt and basically paraded himself around as the pharaoh with his Egyptian queen. They had children, all that, which sounds cute, sounds like a happy family in that, but he was basically married to Octavia, right? I mean, he was married to her, and in Rome, they didn't like that he was all lovey-dovey with a foreign Egyptian queen, having children with her and that. Like, God forbid. Maybe he wants them to be his heirs? I mean, that would be...
That is blasphemous!
And Antony really should have known better, because falling in love with Cleopatra and openly declaring it was already a part of Caesar's downfall. And also by now he should have known that Octavian will use any chink in your armor to exploit it. Octavian still had to battle allegations of being a coward and of Antony saving his ass, so this whole Antony and Cleopatra controversy was perfect. He spread word that Antony had gone native and is abandoning his Roman wife, Octavian's noble sisters. That it was another masterstroke of Octavian, and it got the people back on his side. And then when the triumvirate officially expired in 33 BCE, Octavian followed the Antony slander up with another Oscar-worthy performance. He acted like he's happy that the triumvirate is over, like he never sought power in the first place, that he only did it to bring stability to the Republic, all to make it seem like the power-hungry Antony over in the east is clinging to a seat and planning to align himself with Cleopatra and usher in a new non-Roman dynasty, while Octavian was only acting in service of the Roman Republic. And the only reason he would maybe seek to maintain any level of power would be to eventually take down the traitor Antony, who not only betrayed Rome and the people, but who Octavian, as a brother-in-law, felt personally betrayed by. It was genius. And it worked. Rome loved Octavian and hated Antony. So while he was already hated, Antony was like, yeah, I'm gonna divorce your sister. And you think that all the stuff between the two that had gone down, it didn't really matter that he divorced his sister, but Octavian was furious. Divorcing his sister was the utmost disrespectful thing Antony could possibly do, and Antony knew that it would trigger Octavian, and boy did it ever. Octavian was raging. He marched right into one of Rome's secret temples where the wills of great people are held and stored only to be read after they are dead. Octavian stormed in there and stole Antony's will. This was an almost unforgivable crime, but Octavian did not care. He had completely lost his cool and was ready to tear Antony's will apart. But just before he did that, he decided to read it. And that was the best decision Octavian could have made. An emotional mistake turned into the smoking gun Octavian needed, because Mark Antony's will confirmed what the rumors suggested. Upon his death, Antony was really planning to grant the Eastern Roman territory to Queen Cleopatra and their children. And not just their children, but also the son she had previously had with Julius Caesar, a child that had at best been a disputed rumor in Rome, but Antony's will confirmed the offspring of Caesar's and Cleopatra's union, a boy Antony called Caesarion, the king of kings, the heir. This was not just a big deal, this was treason. And it didn't matter if you stood with the system of the Republic or not, this was treason against Rome, and this was the absolute dead end of any and all support Antony had in the capital, and this was another tool Octavian could masterfully use to his advantage. Remember how he gave up power? How he acted like he is a man of the Republic? Well, now Octavian, this great Republican, in the face of such treason by Antony, a man he had trusted, a man he called brother-in-law, now Octavian had no choice but to wage war against these foreign threats. Not a civil war. God, no. Not a civil war, not a war for the power of Rome. No, this war was against the evil, foreign seductress Cleopatra, who had to be stopped now that she had cast her spell on Antony with the lie of a son who claims to be Caesar's heir and wants to take Rome from the Romans. This war was not just necessary. Octavian painted it to be everything. He once again knew how to weave the right narrative. Once again, he knew how to acquire more power for himself, but to make it seem like he was doing it for the Republic. Once again, he managed to have the support of the Senate and the people when he led the battle against the traitor Antony. So it finally came to the epic clash that had been building up for years. A battle for the supremacy over Rome and its future. Octavian versus Antony. And that battle was super boring. Super anticlimactic. Like, seriously, it's the most one-sided, most boring battle in Roman history. Antony brought his forces to Greece, and Agrippa set out to meet him in battle. Then Antony docked his fleet in the bay of the Ionian Sea, where Agrippa trapped it in a blockade on both water and land, starved Antony's fleet for months, so long that many literally died of hunger, and then finally Antony's troops had no chance but to fight back. But after starving for so long, they were too weak to battle. And the battle known as the Battle of Actium of 31 BCE essentially went down like this. Agrippa whooped Antony entirely and absolutely. But Antony and Cleopatra managed to break through the blockade and fled to Egypt. But still, even then, they had lost everything. And what little troops and support they had left, well, this was where the brain Octavian made his move. Octavian gave amnesty to Antony's men, forgiveness to all troops that abandoned Mark Antony. He made it clear that he wishes them no harm, that he only wants Mark Antony and Cleopatra. And with that, man, he basically stripped Antony butt naked. Mark Antony had nothing left to protect himself. He knew it was over. So on August 1st, in 30 BCE, when he heard that Octavian and his fleet were coming to Egypt to end it all, Antony ended it first by taking his own life at age 53. And 9 days later, before Octavian could get his hands on her and parade her around Rome as a fallen Egyptian queen, Cleopatra took her life also. and to end the bloodline and kill any who might challenge his claim to the throne or his claim to be Caesar's only son. Octavian then ordered the death of Cleopatra's and Caesar's son, 17-year-old Caesarion. And that was the end of Mark Antony versus Octavian. Octavian won, and now Rome was his. The death of Mark Antony and Cleopatra was the beginning of Octavian's ascension to become emperor. The year was 30 BC. Octavian was 33 years old, and now he had completely brought Egypt under his now he had completely brought Egypt under Rome's possession. But really, Octavian governed Egypt, was in control of its insane riches, along with him being in control of Gaul, Spain, Syria. Unofficially, one could say at this point that Octavian had turned the Roman Republic into his own empire, but officially, he was just in charge of these couple of regions. This was all A-OK by the corrupted, rotten rulebook of the Republic, and after he had all of Antony's loyalists executed, Octavian essentially had everyone in Rome either loyal to him or scared of him, so it was easy for him to control that official narrative. Oh, and Lepidus, Lepidus, the third guy, damn, I forgot all about Lepidus, just like everybody else. Lepidus basically was entirely under Octavian's thumb too. Octavian kind of kindly retired Lepidus when he didn't need him anymore. You get what I'm saying? And with all of Rome in his pocket, at the pinnacle of his power, on January 13th, 27 BCE, Octavian announced his retirement from public life. Retirement. Just the latest stroke of genius by the brain, Octavian, a carefully calculated ruse to deflect any idea that Octavian was some kind of king. Also, that he could claim that he was only acting in the name of the Republic to defeat evil Antony and Cleopatra, as he was asked to do by the people and the Senate, which he controlled entirely, by the way. But the thing is, on paper, all that seemed to be true. Octavian didn't change any core institutions of the Republic. Everything he did was within its framework. It's just he had so many positions that he was the framework. Like, imagine it this way. If in a sports team, power is balanced between a captain, a coach, and an owner, well, Octavian just happened to be the captain, the coach, and the owner. And he got half the players on the team, and he got half the staff their job. He never made the crucial mistake Julius Caesar made to announce himself dictator or emperor or something. Just Augustus was smarter about it, and it worked. Everyone played along with it, and why not? No one had a reason to go against him, and honestly at this point, no one really had the means to go against him either. Rome belonged to Octavian, and now he retired and officially gave it back to the people. Retired from public life. I don't need this. This is for you. I just wanted to take down Antony. What a guy. It was perfect. But it was a ruse, of course. You know, like when musicians leave the stage and you know they're coming back, but they just want you to beg for that encore? Everyone that had anything to say in the Senate and everywhere else in Rome was in on the ruse and did what they were told to do. Demand that encore. Beg for Octavian to come back, twist his arm so that Octavian could be like, shucks, guys, guess I really have no choice. What's that? What's that? You want to give me a new title? Augustus? Doesn't that mean like revered one? Or is it majestic one? I don't know. I need to brush up on my Latin, but okay, I'll take it. 3 days after he gave up power, on January 16th in 27 BC, 3 days later, Gaius Julius Octavius Caesar was officially granted the title Augustus, and from now on, He was known as Imperator Caesar Divi Filius Augustus. And if anyone somehow didn't know it by now, even the slowest person had to catch on. The Republic was dead, and the Roman Empire had been born, with Augustus as its first emperor. And I wish this would get more epic from now on, but while there are many epics about the Roman Empire and its emperors to come, this tale of Augustus is politics from here on out. Politics on how he rebuilt the foundation of Rome. Not so much exciting bloodshed and warfare anymore. Sure, he had some war campaigns here and there and conquered some territory, but by 20 BCE, the Roman Empire looked like this. And that's more or less what it would look like throughout its time. There was a significant war campaign in Germania where Rome lost, and which kind of ended Rome's plans for any further expansion. And it was a devastating defeat for Augustus, but that Germania campaign is too epic of a story to be a side story. Arminius and his defeat of Rome will get its own video. Augustus' reign as an emperor, though, was defined by peace within Rome, stability, and he completely changed the city. His reign as an emperor was truly great. And I mean, he perfectly described it in his own words. I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble. There was only one problem. The great emperor Augustus did not have an heir. The man who was plagued by diseases throughout his life was also plagued by the fact that he never was able to create a male offspring. So at some point in 23 BCE, when he was sick and almost dying, he was so desperate, he even appointed his best friend, Swole Pinky Agrippa, as his heir. But you know, on some real Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark thing, because Agrippa didn't really want that position. But luckily it never came to pass, because Augustus survived and then married Agrippa to his daughter Julia, remember? The one born to Sextus's aunt, the woman Augustus divorced the day she gave birth to Julia. And then the plan was to make the sons of his daughter and his best friend his heirs, you know? That would have had a nice ring to it, it's kind of beautiful, but Agrippa and the sons, like, they all died before Augustus. Go figure. The man who was always sick all his life survived them all. So he ran out of options. Old man Augustus had no heirs, and he was forced to focus his efforts on educating his second wife's son. That was not his own son, but just his second wife's son from a first marriage, Tiberius. Tiberius was to be a successor, and Tiberius, let's just say, it was a special case that will get its own video. And I wish I could end this Augustus video on epic, dramatic moments, but all I can do is summarize Augustus's very smart and sound decisions that laid the foundation of the Roman Empire. While Augustus's rise to the top was bloody, his reign was not. And maybe that's why the foundations he laid were so stable that they outlasted a lot of the terrible emperors that were to rule Rome after him. So what did he actually do? What were those foundations? Well, let me give you some highlights. Augustus completely reshaped the city's appearance. At one point, building or renovating over 82 temples in 1 year. He also changed the army from privately funded soldiers owing allegiance to whoever was paying them to getting a salary and health benefits from the state, which put an end to all the civil wars, but also gave a lot of power to whoever runs the state, aka the emperor. But still, he turned the army into professionals and also established a professional police force and a fire department, which was huge because Rome was prone to fires, and now people weren't responsible for putting them out themselves anymore. Augustus drastically improved life quality and life expectation by building so many bathhouses. It completely changed the idea of hygiene in the city, and by also dramatically improving food security. Augustus improved the roads and all of Rome's infrastructure. He established a standing navy for Rome to protect itself against outsiders. And one major reform, which I know sounds boring as hell, was his reform to tax collection. Previously, tax collection was a private affair, and it was a subject to constant abuse of power and bribery, which led to official positions changing yearly. But Augustus turned tax collection into a state affair, which got rid of a lot of the corruption that had previously plagued the Republic and kind of ended it. And another major way he curbed the corrupt system was that Augustus established a new system where civil servants were chosen based on merit. I know it doesn't sound sexy like war, but it changed the Republic. And not all of his changes were popular, of course. The morality laws, by the way, they punished adultery by law and even sometimes by death, and punished unmarried people while promoting marriage with tax incentives and other advantages. The Romans didn't like that because they liked their sex, so the morality laws, it didn't go over so well, especially since Augustus was a massive playboy himself, like his sexual exploits. Still, his morality laws did improve morality, ethics, discipline in the Roman Republic, which at the time was a cesspool for debauchery, and Augustus changed that. So the bottom line is, Augustus fulfilled Rome's potential, and most of the things that you associate with the Roman Empire and take for granted, Augustus did that. And in my future videos throughout this series on Rome, you will see just how much of a hand Augustus had in the centuries to come, and how his shadow forever loomed over the Roman Empire, and why all emperors adopted the name Augustus in his honor. But even though Augustus was literally deified, the actual man was still mortal, and he died just like the rest of us, on August 19th in 14 AD at age 75. In his 40 years of reigning over Rome all by himself, Augustus finally brought peace to the realm. After a century of wars, this was a blessing. And by the time he died, most people had enjoyed his long and peaceful 4 decades of reign so much that no one wanted the Republic back. In fact, 40 years later, most people didn't even remember what it was like living in the Republic anymore. And those that were old enough to remember knew that before Augustus, the Republic was crumbling, the people were dying, and Rome was tearing itself apart. But now, after Augustus, Rome was thriving. Now, thanks to Augustus, thanks to the emperor, Rome was a glorious, shining empire. And it was only getting started. Tiberius, the perverted emperor, the emperor that killed Jesus. You probably know him by either one of those titles, but both might just be an exaggerated headline. Yeah, it is true that Tiberius reigned from 14 CE to 37 CE and that Jesus was crucified in 33 CE, but you see that there's much more to that story. And yeah, it is true that there are reports of Tiberius enjoying shows of children and women being abused in front of him, that he trained young boys to be his personal pleasure slaves, and even stories that he did things to babies that I will never repeat here, because genuinely, I don't wish that mental scar on anyone. But there's also much more to these perverted Tiberius reports than meets the eye at first. Honestly, there's legitimate reason to believe that Tiberius was a simple man who never wanted to be emperor, a man who was trapped in the violence and backstabbing of Rome's politics that at the time were so bad, man, I would have made Game of Thrones blush. A man trapped in a battle for the throne of Rome that saw sons betraying their fathers and mothers starving their children to death and people being forced into suicide, or if they were lucky, just being torn from limb to limb. That era is Tiberius' legacy, the legacy of an emperor whose image is that of a 70-year-old perverted and twisted emperor who knows no morals or ethic, but behind that image is the actual story of a once good man that preferred solitude and a simple life and was forced into Roman politics by a power-hungry mother, forced into a life that twisted his already depression-stricken mind into a mind that then only found pleasure in the bloodshed, cruelty, and possibly the perversions that he was accused of. Yeah, you can tell this is going to be a dark one, so let's do this. Tiberius Julius Caesar was born on November 16th in 42 BCE and grew up during Augustus's rise to power, grew up while the rotten Roman Republic was turned into a shiny emperor under Augustus' reign as the first emperor. And Emperor Augustus was a man that was, let's call it, difficult to understand. Augustus was as much of a villain as he was the good guy, and in fact, this movie scene perfectly sums up Augustus's mindset. Just imagine that Augustus is the human in this scene.
Do your people know how many innocents you have killed? Was it hundreds?
Yes.
Lie to me again, and I'll open you from your belly to your brain and feed you your intestines.
Thousands.
And when you put them to the stake, what did you feel? Shame? Horror? Power?
Answer me! Nothing. I felt nothing. A greater crime than the act itself.
Then why spill blood, if not for the pleasure of it?
Because men do not fear swords. They fear monsters.
By turning into a monster, Augustus cleaned up the mess that was the uncivilized Roman Republic, and 90% of what you now associate with the Roman Empire, and that's the house that Augustus built and the house he ruled over for 4 decades. But there was one problem. At the end of his long reign, Augustus didn't have a son, aka no heir, but what he did have was an ambitious wife, Livia Drusilla. Livia was not just an ambitious woman, she was also a woman with no morals. Basically, think of her as the blueprint that Cersei later perfected.
I choose violence.
Yeah, I know Cersei is fictional, but I just want you to get in the right mind when picturing Livia. Livia was all too aware that now that Rome was an empire, the emperor was the most powerful man in the world. And if she believed she could get away with it, man, she would have made herself empress. But even though Rome excels in Game of Thrones levels of drama, in terms of gender equality,
I'm going to break the wheel.
Yeah, that's not happening in ancient Rome. The wheel of men was too firm. The wheel of man is too firm? Man, that sounds like an exhausted gay guy. Like, exhausted. The gay guy at a birthday bash is like, the wheel of man was too firm, guys. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it. I'm too childish. But you get me, though. But what Livia could do was seduce the emperor and then install her son as a successor and rule Rome through him. As I said, blueprint for Cersei. See, before she was Augustus, the emperor's wife, Livia was already married to the mother of Tiberius, his father Tiberius Claudius Nero. And if the names Claudius and Nero ring a bell, no, that's not one of the emperors, Claudius and Nero. They would come way later, but Roman men are known for all sharing about 1 of 20 names for absolutely no reason. So Tiberius's dad, Claudius Nero, was a supporter of Mark Antony, which made him Emperor Augustus's enemy, since Augustus defeated Antony to take over Rome and then wanted all of Antony's supporters dead. And that meant Augustus chased Claudius Nero and his family through scorched earth, not figuratively, literally. He chased Livia and her husband and the young baby Tiberius from city to city, from Rome to Naples, from Naples to Sicily, burning the forest they hid in, really wanted them dead, but they survived. Obviously, Tiberius is the subject of this video. They survived, and long enough until Augustus's reign over Rome was unquestioned, and he was the ruler that had no more need to waste resources on people that can't harm him anyway. So Augustus granted amnesty, forgiveness, to Claudius Nero, his wife Livia, and their now 3-year-old son Tiberius. So what did Livia do? Realizing that her husband was on the losing side, she left him while being pregnant with their second son Drusus and married Augustus, the man who almost killed her and her family because she knew.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground.
So now, in 38 BC, at 3 years young, Tiberius suddenly became an heir to the throne of Rome. An heir. Because Augustus at this point never had any plans to actually make Tiberius his heir. Literally, his list of successors was his best friend Agrippa, his nephew Marcellus, Agrippa's son Lucius, and Agrippa's other son Gaius, and then Tiberius. But you know that 4 people waiting in line for the throne, man, that wouldn't stop Mama Cersei. Mama Livia, but you know, I want you to get into, she really had that Cersei energy, you get me? It wouldn't stop Mama Livia. And over time, all of the men ahead of Tiberius died, one after the other. And eventually, Tiberius found himself the only heir to the throne.
How about that?
Did Livia Drusilla kill them all? Well, let's take a look at their causes of death, yeah? Agrippa died of an unknown, mysterious disease in 12 BCE. Marcellus died of fever in 23 BCE. Lucius died of an illness in 2 CE, and Gaius died of a battle wound in 4 CE. We will never know how or if Livia was involved in some, any, or all of the deaths, but gossip of the time sure liked to think so, and they liked to paint Livia as the devil that orchestrated the reign of her then even more devilish seed. But whatever the fact may be, it is true that Tiberius' mother orchestrated his ascension that he never wanted.
I don't want it.
He really didn't want it. Kind of picture it this way. You know how some parents force their children into fame and glory to be able to live their lost dreams vicariously through their children? That was Livia. Tiberius was that child actor forced into the Hollywood life against his will. You know, he was that kid that just wanted to live a quiet life, do manual labor, or join the army, but whose parent forced him into the world of fame and money. And when the kid joined that world and that fame and money hit its peak, a kid whose mind was only built for and desired solitude and a simple life, that mind unraveled and got corrupted by the twisted world it was forced into. Some actors find redemption in their life eventually, but Tiberius unfortunately never got that call from Marvel to be Iron Man.
If I wasn't an actor, I would be doing hard time.
Tiberius' mother, Livia, her ambition and her ability to actually succeed and execute her ambition was a crucial factor in what made and broke the Emperor Tiberius. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's look at Tiberius' side of the story first. Tiberius was a simple man. While his mother was scheming to get him to the throne, Tiberius actually carved out a successful life away from the inner politics of Rome. At just 20 years old in 22 BCE, he was an officer in the army, and that's not just due to him being the son of the emperor or a stepson of the emperor. No. Tiberius was actually really good at this war thing, and within the same year, he was made legatus, the head of a legion of 5,000 men, and from then on, he actually often fought alongside his younger brother Drusus, who was also one of Rome's greatest military men and commanders in his own right. And the two brothers, whether apart or together, decimated rebellions all over Roman's territories, from Spain to Armenia to Parthia to Gaul to the German frontiers. They defended the borders of Rome's empire, and the military life is suited Tiberius. He was not a social person, not much of a charmer. He only really enjoyed the company of his younger brother Drusus, and everybody else around Rome probably would have described Tiberius as a very, very awkward dude that's really uncomfortable to be around. You know, kind of like Joaquin Phoenix in basically every movie he's in ever.
Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy.
But the thing is, Tiberius was like that because he suffered from depression. A writer of the time literally described Tiberius as tristissimus hominum, the saddest of men. But the simplicity, and I would assume the action and thrill of the military lifestyle, a life of purpose, kill or be killed, it made Tiberius feel alive, and the pure brotherhood one forms when in those kill or be killed situations is something Tiberius preferred over the impure make-believe masquerade bonds that were faked in Roman politics. So Tiberius carved out a life where he could find happiness, and eventually, outside of the military, he even found love. He found Vipsania, the woman he married in 19 BCE. And you gotta know, the thing, finding true love in Rome, ancient Rome, as a man from a powerful family, that's unheard of. That's unheard of. Powerful people's marriages were mostly arranged for more power, founded on ambition, not love. But Tiberius loved his wife Vipsania, who next to his brother was the only person Tiberius loved, trusted, and felt seen by, so it only made sense that him and his wife then named their child after Tiberius' brother. They named their son Drusus. Despite his depression, Tiberius found some form of happiness, but his mother, Livia, she did not want her son to be happy. She wanted her son to be powerful, and power and happiness, they usually don't go together. Livia pushed her husband Augustus to make Tiberius his heir, but to even consider Tiberius as a candidate for the throne, Augustus, he had to make sure that Tiberius would one day further Augustus's bloodline, and so Tiberius was forced to marry Augustus's daughter Julia and to divorce the woman he loved, to divorce Vipsania, who, and it's just rough, who at the time that he was forced to divorce her, was pregnant with their second child. And if you think that's messed up, let me just dig a little deeper on that by looking into the incestuous little tree of life that we've got going on here. At the top, you have Augustus, and here's Augustus' best friend, Agrippa. Agrippa was married to a woman called Attica, with whom he had Vipsania. Augustus, meanwhile, had Julia with his wife Scribonia, and when Attica died, Agrippa married Augustus' daughter Julia. Augustus eventually divorced Scribonia to marry Livia, who already had Tiberius and Drusus, right? I told you about that. And then Tiberius, as you just learned, married Vipsania. And now that Agrippa was dead in 12 BCE of that unknown mysterious illness that I mentioned earlier, now Augustus forced Tiberius to divorce Vipsania and marry his stepmom, Julia. And I mean, I'm just gonna say this, like, if my favorite orange and black hub side ever needs some new stepmom material, I'm happy to play the role of advisor for historical accuracy on this one. Lots of potential here. Another problem was that Augustus' daughter Julia, man, she belonged to the streets for real. Even while she was married to Agrippa, Julia slept around and then some. And once, while married to Agrippa, she even tried to seduce her stepson, Tiberius. Again, you know, hub, call me. I can help with the casting too. I mean, I got ideas of who can play Livia. I got ideas of who can play Julia. Needless to say, Julia and Tiberius, not a good match. Arranged marriages don't really get much worse than that. Their marriage was filled with hatred, with Julia openly sleeping around town more than ever before, doing drugs to cope with the life she hated and the husband she hated, and Tiberius ordered by the emperor himself to never talk or see his beloved Vipsania again. And to make sure of it, Augustus then had Vipsania married to a senator. It was miserable. I mean, remember that monster I told you early on that Augustus could become to achieve his ways of the Rome he imagined? Yeah, this is a tiny glimpse of that. Now, the only person that Tiberius loved and trusted that he had left was his brother, Drusus. And then Drusus died in 9 BCE. But Tiberius was a military man, so what? His back was against the wall. Tiberius didn't break down, didn't give up, and said,
"My back is up against this motherfucker. And when my back is against this motherfucker, then there's nowhere to go but that way."
So against all odds, despite all hatred, Tiberius and Julia conceived a child. And then the baby died as an infant in 6 BCE.
Okay, I'm waiting for the punchline.
There is no punchline. It's not a joke.
Well, remember the baby he had with Vipsania? Remember? She was pregnant when he had to leave her, right? And that baby died too. This wasn't just Tiberius having his back against the wall. This was rock bottom.
Nothing can hurt me anymore. My life is nothing but a comedy.
Tiberius was down and out, and it was too much for him. Honestly, Tiberius had enough. He decided to leave it all behind. So in 6 BCE, he left Rome and went into self-imposed exile. Tiberius exiled himself to Rhodes in 6 BCE, and while he was gone, the woman who once was only filled with hatred for Tiberius and lived only for lust and drugs, his wife Julia, deeply mourned their lost son and her lost husband. I'm just kidding. Julia started an affair with Mark Antony's son, and as for the drugs, Julia was on that Wolf of Wall Street diet. You get me?
On a daily basis, I consume enough drugs to sedate Manhattan, Long Island, and Queens for a month.
So finally, Papa Emperor Augustus had enough, and he exiled his daughter Julia to an island that measures less than 0.7 square miles with no men on it and no wine. Meanwhile, in his self-imposed exile, Tiberius was obviously out of the picture as the heir to the throne, so Augustus focused his efforts on his grandsons. Remember our little incestuous family tree from earlier? Yeah, let's add to it. Those grandsons were the children of the late Agrippa and Julia, Lucius and Gaius. Technically, Tiberius' stepsons, but also his brothers-in-law through his first wife, Vipsania. Yeah, Rome is really on some Lannister thing. With Julia in exile and Agrippa dead, Lucius and Gaius were now fully under Augustus's care and wing, and they grew up to be young men that genuinely seemed like the perfect successors, which finally settled the matter of succession. Tiberius was trying to find peace in exile and had no interest in all this emperor business, and Lucius and Gaius were coming along nicely. Hey, all good. But you probably forgot about one person in this whole situation. Tiberius' mother, Livia. She wasn't going to accept her son pissing away everything she worked for. She wanted to rule. And for that, she needed her son to rule and return from a silly everybody I love died exile crap. Now, if you're Augustus, at this point, you should have connected some dots. Your first two choices for succession, who are not related to your wife Livia in any way, your best friend Agrippa and your nephew Marcellus, died after you married Livia. And now that Gaius and Lucius were being groomed for the throne, your wife desperately wants her son Tiberius to return from exile even though he has no interest in ruling. Augustus was a smart man, but I guess it could be argued.
Does anyone think I'm blind a man as smart as you, Tommy? Love?
Though it was probably less love and more the fact that the old-fashioned Augustus simply never considered a woman to be an actual threat. But whatever the case, he was blind to her schemes, and eventually Augustus caved and allowed Tiberius back in Rome under the condition that he renounces all interest in politics and does not meddle with the matter of succession that was finally settled. And Tiberius was like, oh, no more politics then? So it's just a boring life then, hey? Military campaigns and that, hanging with the brothers on the battlefields and that. Yeah, that's miserable, that is. So in 2 CE, Tiberius returned to Rome, gave up politics, took back his old position in the military, finally got back on track to living a happy-ish life, with the matter of the next emperor settled between Gaius and Lucius. And just when things were going well, Gaius died in 2 CE and Lucius died in 4 CE. And somewhere, Livia must have been like,
inevitable.
No, I'm not saying that Livia definitely had something to do with the deaths of all the heirs to the throne of Rome. I am just saying that in 4 CE, when the last of them was dead, all of a sudden, Tiberius was the only remaining, somewhat logical heir, and the only person in all of Rome who wanted to see Tiberius on the throne was his mother, Livia. Just make of that what you will. So when Augustus' life slowly came to an end, Tiberius was called to his side to learn from him, effectively rule alongside him, and administer Rome in his stead. And by the time Augustus died in 14 CE, he had officially adopted Tiberius as a son and appointed him to be his heir, to be Rome's second emperor. Not that Augustus wanted to, it's that he had to. And Tiberius did not want the responsibility, but he could not refuse a dying man's last wish. And Livia was like, finally, Tiberius' mother had gotten her wish. Rome was hers. Or so she thought. Once Tiberius was actually emperor, he handled the realm with the same care he handled his military campaigns. Cold and distant, but disciplined and efficient. As an administrator, Tiberius knew what he was doing, and so he really didn't need his mother constantly yapping in his ear, but yap she did. In fact, Livia straight up told Tiberius,
I made you!
Not just Tiberius, Livia told everybody in Rome. And to me, that just makes me think she really was responsible for all those murders that led to Tiberius' ascension. But yeah, I'm just gossiping right now. We'll never really know. Livia's thirst for power and how vocal she was about it seriously undermined Tiberius' authority now that he was the emperor. I mean, she even demanded that she rules on equal terms with him and that her decisions are heard and hold the same weight as his. And at some point, the Senate actually wanted to award her the title Mater Patriae, Mother of the Fatherland, just as they awarded Augustus the title Father of the Fatherland for their marriage, and the reign that ushered in the Roman Empire. But Tiberius had grown tired of his mother's yapping and power-hungry schemes, and he vetoed the honor. And so, the relationship fell apart, to the point that years later, Tiberius didn't even attend his mother's funeral, nor did he ever visit her grave. Oh, and while we're on the topic of bad relationships, Tiberius also made sure that Julia, his former wife, who was sent into exile, he made sure that she doesn't get an allowance anymore, and so she kind of starved to death. As I said, Tiberius was cold and distant, but efficient. And you might say that the way he treated his mother and Julia is understandable, given what they did to him and how he felt about them. And while that might be true, his cold treatment of these two women who were, despite everything, close to him, his treatment of them was a dark sign of things to come. At the time, though, it was just a footnote, because Rome itself, Rome was stable. In the first years of Tiberius's reign, things were good, and Tiberius made many good decisions for the realm. He continued in Augustus's footsteps by appointing men of merit into high positions, and he could not be bought nor be corrupted. He handled Rome's finances with great care and never had excessive spendings. He didn't like gladiator games or actors or any of that nonsense anyway. So unlike other emperors, he didn't waste money on lavish spectacles to buy the people's sympathy and support. Tiberius was old-fashioned and ruled quietly. But Rome's politics wasn't just about being a solid and stable administrator. Charm, eloquence, popularity, it mattered. And Tiberius didn't have any of it. In fact, the popular man of the hour at the time, the man the people actually wanted in charge of Rome, was Germanicus, a charming, dynamic young general who was winning battle after battle across Rome's borders, protecting the empire, and who knew how to appeal to the people. And remember our little family tree? Yeah, Germanicus fits in right here. He was Tiberius' nephew, the son of his beloved late brother Drusus, and also Tiberius' adopted son, which was about the only mainstream popular decision Tiberius ever made, adopting Germanicus, since it meant that after Tiberius, Germanicus would be in charge. And Rome loved Germanicus, and Tiberius loved Germanicus, who was the last living reminder of his brother and the last human Tiberius had any faith in and who he trusted to. Yeah, Germanicus died of poisoning in 19 CE. I swear, Tiberius could not catch a break. Germanicus was poisoned, and many then pointed their finger at Tiberius as the one responsible, claiming that Tiberius was jealous of Germanicus, scared of him usurping the throne. But Tiberius himself pointed his finger at another Roman general, whose name I will actually spare you because we've had enough names on this video. And this general that Tiberius blamed for Germanicus' death, yeah, when the emperor accuses you of murder, you committed murder. The general was quickly found guilty and forced to commit suicide. So that's why you didn't need to know the name, and that settled the matter of who Germanicus' murderer was. Whether or not Tiberius did actually kill him out of fear or jealousy is highly doubtful to me, but we'll never really know. But either way, due to sorrow or due to guilt, the death of his nephew Germanicus finally broke the emperor. Tiberius had now fully hit rock bottom. What little love Tiberius still had for people died with Germanicus. From now on, people were nothing but a tool for access to the emperor. The constant lies and betrayal of Roman politics had scarred Tiberius, and he grew so paranoid that he saw plots and schemes everywhere. So he had slaves tortured to tell on their masters for crimes that Tiberius imagined. And he held so many so-called treason trials, hunting down imaginary traitors, pretending to restore morality by cruelly and immorally killing innocents. It was a mess. Rome was a bloody, seriously bloody mess. While Julius Caesar was often not cruel enough to his enemies, and Augustus only became a monster for the sake of the greater good, Tiberius, he just morphed into an unrecognizable, bloodthirsty fiend. And even so, all the blood he spilled still didn't still his paranoia. So in 22 CE, Tiberius once again decided to leave Rome and left for his villa overlooking the cliffs of Capri, a villa of perverted legend, which had walls painted with sexual imagery and halls filled with the screams of young boys and women who were molested or worse for the emperor's entertainment and pleasure. And while Tiberius was away, falling deeper and deeper into depravity, he left Rome in charge of a man named Sejanus, an officer and a friend who mainly only shared one interest with Tiberius, cruelty. Unlike Tiberius, Sejanus didn't struggle with his cruelty. He didn't adopt the cruelty through hardship. Nah, Sejanus embraced it. He knew.
I was born in it, molded by it.
And also, unlike Tiberius, Sejanus had no problem ruling over Rome. He loved power, and the fact that Tiberius had left him in charge of Rome, he loved it. So with Tiberius gone to become the master pervert of the universe in Capri, Sejanus did everything he could to establish his position and cement it in Rome. He handed out positions of power to his friends from the military and continued the treason trials to target wealthy Roman families and anyone that might oppose Sejanus. And amongst those people were the widow of Tiberius's nephew Germanicus and 2 of their 3 sons, whose names I will also spare you because each child is named after someone that already appeared in the story. Remember, all the Romans have names that are all the same. And listing the names would just make this unnecessarily complicated because, the sons are about to die anyway. You see, with them being the sons of Tiberius's adopted son Germanicus, kind of a chance that Tiberius might make them his heir, so better safe than sorry. Sejanus used the treason laws to accuse the 2 older sons of treason. So he had one son starved to death, starved to the point where the guy ate his mattress before he died, and the other son they forced to commit suicide. Now you might say, how could Tiberius let this happen? Didn't he love Germanicus? Wasn't Germanicus the son of Tiberius's beloved brother? Yes. Tiberius was too busy inviting male sex slaves of young ages into his villa on Capri and forcing them to drink so much wine that they had to pee, and then he tied up their penises so that they couldn't pee.
What?
Yes, just one of the many things that gave Tiberius pleasure now in around 25 CE at over 60 years old. And if he wasn't doing that or sleeping with anyone of any gender and any age, mostly against their will, he liked to train young boys to become his little fishes, as Tiberius liked to call them, whose job it was to swim after him in his pool underwater and lick and tickle him in places that made the old man feel good. That and a lot of alcohol meant Tiberius no longer cared about what was going on in Rome. So in essence, Sejanus, in all but name, was now Rome's emperor. And maybe Sejanus could have sailed that ship into the sunshine, but he got a little too power hungry and wanted the official title of emperor along with the power and the lifestyle. And in that greedy pursuit, Sejanus made one crucial mistake. In order to make sure that Tiberius eventually appoints him as his successor, Sejanus had to get rid of Tiberius' surviving son, Drusus. Remember? The surviving child of his marriage with Vipsania from when things were still okay, the son that they named after Tiberius' late brother. Sejanus knew that Tiberius' son Drusus was the natural heir to the throne. So to solve that issue, Sejanus seduced Drusus' wife Livilia, and then together they plotted to kill Drusus, and in 23 CE they did. Tiberius' son Drusus died of poisoning. Bruh. So many things. First of all, it feels like getting married or having children in ancient Rome is more of a setup to be betrayed than anything else. And second of all, Tiberius has the most insane villain origin story ever. I mean, mother, abusive, wife, forced to divorce her. The second son he had with that wife, dead. Second wife, drug addict who hated him and also dead. Son he had with that second wife, dead. Brother, dead. Adopted son and nephew, dead. Adopted sons, 2 sons, dead and dead. And his one son who lived past the age of 30, dead. And you could say that all of this, literally all of it, only happened because his mother forced him into the life of succession, into becoming emperor. If Tiberius had remained a simple military man, arguably none of this would have ever happened. But now, here he was, almost 70 years old, tying up people's willies when they have to pee, with not a single soul left that actually cares for him or that he cares for. But the death of his son finally launched Tiberius back into action. He actually returned to Rome to launch an investigation into Drusus's death, and at this point, after what Sejanus had done to the city, treason trials for years, random people killed for crimes they never even thought of, at this point, after everything Sejanus did, the city was not happy to see Tiberius return, because everything that Sejanus did was directly associated with him, and tales of Tiberius' time in Capri ranged from perverse to gruesome. I mean, I already told you about the perverse side of things, and I'm sure you would like to forget, but on the gruesome side of things, it was said that when a fisherman visited Tiberius in Capri to pay respects to the emperor and gift him a fish, paranoid Tiberius was convinced the fisherman was an assassin, so he had his guards rub the fish against the man's face until the fish's scales, rough as sandpaper, had reduced the man's face down to flesh and bones. And even then, the fisherman jokingly whimpered, "Thank God I did not bring the emperor that huge crab I also caught." So then Tiberius sent for that crab to see what a crab can do to a fisherman's face. So yeah, Rome, not excited for Tiberius to return. But luckily for them, his motivation to avenge his son didn't last long. It didn't lead anywhere. He didn't find out who the killer was, not really. And this, to me, this aspect that I'm about to share is one of the crucial aspects of old man Tiberius. When he returned to Rome, he saw that his friend, the man he left in charge, Sejanus, had killed people all over the city and accumulated as much power as he could. And he saw that Sejanus was now with the wife of his dead son. Tiberius saw all of that. And he still didn't put together that Sejanus is probably the one responsible for the mysterious, not so mysterious, poisoning of his son. I mean, Sejanus even asked Tiberius for his blessing to marry his dead son's wife, and still Tiberius was blind to it all. Sure, he vetoed their wedding out of respect for his dead son, but he could not see what Sejanus was up to right under his nose, and Sejanus was not even trying to do a good job at hiding it. And see, that to me, that does not scream evil fish scales, face rubber, pee-pee tying pervert murderer. To me, that screams super depressed guy who just gave up on the world. And it is due to that I lean towards thinking that the perverted tales of what Tiberius got up to in Capri are exaggerated. And perverse exaggerations of emperor's private affairs were nothing strange. Gossip and slander was a powerful tool in ancient Rome, and the man who historically documented all these perverted and gruesome tales I told you about Tiberius and Capri, we know that man, for a fact, that writer, had every reason to hate Tiberius and slander him. So think of these disgusting Tiberius rumors as something like the gossip tabloids at the comments section of the time. We will never know how much, if any, truth there is to it. Or if maybe all of it is true and Tiberius is really the most disgusting, perverted man in history. What we do know for a fact is that he was a man at his wits' end. And without avenging his son, the emperor returned to Capri in 27 CE, and this time he would never return to Rome again. But he would send for one Roman to join him in Capri, the only remaining distant family member he cared for. Remember how I said that Sejanus had 2 of Germanicus's 3 sons killed? Yeah, I never gave you the name of the 3rd son. That 3rd son had often joined Germanicus on his war campaigns and would strut around the war camp all proud, wearing a soldier's uniform that was way too big for the young boy, and the soldiers thought that was cute, so they nicknamed Germanicus' youngest son Little Boot, a nickname that stuck forever, a nickname that in Latin translates to Caligula. Yeah, the Caligula. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, you'll learn soon. 18-year-old Caligula joined then 71-year-old Tiberius in his exile on Capri in 31 CE, and Tiberius groomed Caligula to be his heir and successor. And if you believe the rumors about the bloodfests and orgies going on Capri, well, he groomed Caligula to be more than that, and quite possibly turned him into the monster Caligula would later become. But that's a different story, because back in Rome, Sejanus was still living large and truly thought himself to be the emperor, so he ignored Tiberius' marriage veto and married the wife of Tiberius' late son, Drusus. He married Livilla. And if you thought that in this video you already heard the worst of the backstabbing and the family betrayal that this tale has to offer, I present you with one more gem. Livilla's own mother wrote Tiberius a letter to Capri, telling him that her daughter and Sejanus had defied his orders and that the two now planned to murder him and Caligula to take the throne. Yeah, the mother snitched on the daughter. But that's not the backstabbing crazy part. Tiberius then gave orders to the Senate to put Sejanus on trial for treason, and of course that wasn't much of a trial. Sejanus was immediately found guilty, as was his wife Livilla, and Livilla was then sentenced to be starved to death. And her own mother, who wrote the letter to Tiberius, was in charge of supervising her daughter to make sure she doesn't eat anything and really dies of starvation. He's sleeping. I wanted to get a reaction with him. He's sleeping. I'm just shocked. No memes, just...
Damn! I'm sorry.
As for Sejanus, in 31 CE, he was strangled to death as punishment for his crime and then thrown into the Roman mob he had been terrorizing for years, fodder for the Roman people who tore him apart limb from limb. And that is the last major tale of Tiberius' life that he was actively involved in. But in 33 CE, during his reign, another major event occurred. A man was crucified. A man you might know as Jesus. Oh yeah, big historic event, huge, unforgettable, except that at the time no one cared about it and literally everybody forgot about it the day after. But the question is, did Tiberius kill Jesus? I mean, sure, Jesus, who at the time would have rather been known as Yeshua, was killed during Tiberius' reign. Tiberius had no problem with the persecution of foreign religions like Christianity. In fact, he was all for it. Kill these guys. He loved it. And with that in mind, as the head guy, yes, him allowing it, embracing it, it gives Tiberius responsibility in Jesus' death. Yes. But in 33 CE, when Jesus was crucified, Tiberius was in Capri. Tiberius had no idea anymore what was going on in Rome, and he didn't care. And even if he did, Jesus, the man, was one of many religious leaders proclaiming to be the savior or the son of one god or another at the time. But he was not a military leader, so simply put, he was not an aggressor, so he was not someone that would ever pop up on the emperor's radar. The man who was actually in charge of dealing with leaders of religious sects was Pontius Pilate, and he ordered Jesus to be crucified. But even to Pontius Pilate, honestly, that was just another day, just another crucifixion at the time. To Pilate, and this was just his job. That's what he did. Now, sure, now there are texts that say Pilate felt something afterwards, that he saw something in Jesus and specifically reported his death to Tiberius, and then maybe even converted to Christianity, but honestly, it's very unlikely. And it's hard now to see through the fog here because there's been a lot of revisionist writing going on this topic specifically. But I'm happy to read the reply to your comments and your writings on this. I will say this though, throughout Rome's time, many men were executed and crucified. And Jesus was just one of them. And Tiberius would have never heard of him. And nobody at the time had any idea what the crucifixion of Jesus would one day come to mean. I mean, it would come to literally mean everything, but at the time nobody knew that, nobody thought that. And the story of Jesus, that's a video for another day. But for today, we're at the end of Tiberius's tale, the tale of an emperor whose last years were just spent by him living out his days on Capri. Maybe indulging in all kinds of perversions, maybe just a victim of gossip on top of being a victim of the world of Roman politics that broke his mind and ruined his life. Either way, Tiberius named Caligula as a successor and eventually died on March 16th, 37 CE at 77 years old in his villa on Capri. And of course, this story can't end with a normal death. Of course, rumor had it, has it still, that it was Caligula who killed the old emperor Tiberius. But the story of Caligula, a man whose name has literally become synonymous with evil, that story will be told next time on Rome's Greatest Emperors. Caligula, the mad emperor, the personification of evil. A man who tortured daughters and sons to death while making their parents watch, forcing those parents to smile and applaud the mutilation of their own child. What if I told you that this man has a backstory that will actually make you sympathize with him? If I told you that by the end of this video you will know more about the monster Caligula became, but will also feel sorry for the boy Caligula once was, and see that he was less of a calculated evil, but rather a child whose innocence was taken and who never learned to differentiate pain from pleasure, because no one is born a monster. Damn, I think that's the first time I did an intro without a joke.
Hey, look at us.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought?
Not me.
But hey, it turns out there's little room for comedy in a story as dark and tragic as this one. I still found room for comedy. Anyways, let's get ready for a bit of a twisted tale. Let's do this. By the time Caligula was 7 years old, his father had been killed. Later, that was followed by his brother being forced to commit suicide. Then his mother was starved to death, and then his other brother was starved to death as well. Don't feel bad though, because Caligula still had 3 sisters that he had sex with.
What the
Allegedly, okay? And allegedly is all I can give you on this one, and you'll see that this entire video is under a veil of allegedly and rumors and confusion, which is important to note because especially when it comes to Caligula, we love to just run with these allegations because a guy that is guilty of one sin must be guilty of all of them, but it's not that simple. So let's start in the beginning. August 31st, 12 AD. Caligula was born as the son of the Roman equivalent of Captain America, Germanicus. This Captain Rome had it all. He was a brave military leader, he was noble, he was honorable, he was charming, and he was a handsome man with some serious cake.
That is America's ass.
I could not possibly overstate how popular Germanicus was, because the Romans literally thought of him as the second coming of Alexander the Great, and if emperors were elected by the public, forget about it. Germanicus would win every time. Easy. Germanicus was the Don Dada around Rome, and so, of course, to his son, Dada was the role model, and you best believe that Captain Rome was also an amazing dad. Man, he took his son everywhere. A bit problematic since Germanicus was mostly on the frontiers, and that meant he literally took his son into war with him, but hey, it's the thought that counts. This father really wanted to be around his son, so Caligula basically grew up in war camps, and he really wanted to stunt like his daddy, so he was constantly running around in soldier uniforms that were way too big for him, and since that was like the cutest thing ever, it earned him the cutest little nickname, Little Boot, which in Latin simply is Caligula. But little did little Boot know that he was born into some serious Game of Thrones type drama. His father, Don Dada Germanicus, was adopted by his uncle after his own father died, and that uncle was Tiberius. And 2 years after Caligula was born, in 14 AD, the first Roman emperor, Augustus, had died, and his successor was Uncle Tiberius. And Tiberius' desire to inherit the title of emperor and rule Rome can basically be summed up like this.
I don't want it. I never asked for it. I don't want it. I don't. I never wanted it.
Sorry, Tiberius, how do you feel about becoming emperor of Rome again?
I told you I don't want it.
Okay, good. What Tiberius really wanted to do was to serve in the military, protect Rome's borders, because that's what he was good at. He was a quiet, boring, disciplined man who made a great general and administrator, but being emperor of Rome, Tiberius had the discipline and the brains for it, but not the passion, not the heart, not the panache. Get me. So after a few years of ruling Rome like the good administrator he was capable of being, Tiberius then became overwhelmed by the world of politics, and soon the power of the position corrupted his heart and soul. It was power Tiberius never wanted in the first place, but forced into its grasp, it got to Tiberius's head. His mind became paranoid, and the man saw death around every corner, traitors everywhere, and never having learned the intricacies of politics, he took a soldier's approach to dealing with these fears. Bloodshed, that was the solution. Tiberius instated treason laws all over Rome, which really was just the Purge.
Emperor Edition.
Man, I don't know if you watch all of my videos, but Rome really seemed to have a lot of purges going on. And that kind of makes me think, just off topic, a Purge ancient Rome movie? I mean, don't they have like 6 purges anyway? I feel like at this point it's just a franchise that they slap any theme on anyway, like Assassin's Creed. And Assassin's Creed Rome. Alright, I'm getting sidetracked. The treason laws allowed Tiberius to kill anyone his paranoia dreamt up to be a traitor. And his paranoia was a bigger dreamer than Martin Luther King, so that meant traitors everywhere. And soon Tiberius abused his power to have Romans live in a state of constant fear all over Rome. Anybody could be accused of treason, and of course an accusation by the emperor equaled certain death. So after a solid start to the first part of his reign, Tiberius quickly turned into a paranoid tyrant. But the thing with paranoia is, it's imagined, so no amount of solutions will ever solve it. The blood shed in those executions did nothing to quiet Tiberius's mind, but it did everything to taint the shiny Roman capital that Augustus had left him, and to make things even worse for Rome and its people. 5 years into Tiberius' reign, in 19 AD, the beloved Germanicus was poisoned. The one silver lining of Tiberius' rule, because as Tiberius' adopted son, Germanicus was his natural heir. It was the only reason Rome was able to endure Tiberius. And now you take Captain Rome away from them? And to kill such a man with poison?
I've heard it said that poison is a woman's weapon.
Which coward would do such a thing? Rome wanted heads to roll, and since Tiberius had literally killed imagined traitors all over the city for the last couple of years, it didn't take long for people to point fingers at the mad emperor. Many were convinced that the coward Tiberius killed Germanicus the Great out of fear. But the thing is, while it's easy and understandable why you would point your finger at Tiberius, it is unknown who killed Germanicus. To this day, historians don't know the truth behind Germanicus' death. They don't have the answers.
You ain't got the answers, Sway!
What we do know is that the death of Germanicus sent Tiberius' paranoia and its treason laws into overdrive, since now it had a genuine agenda. Find the killer of my nephew, my adopted son, find Germanicus' killer. So Rome's streets were overflowing with blood, and after a man was found guilty and executed for Germanicus' death, Tiberius decided to now abandon the city he never wanted to rule, the city he had ravaged, the city that hated him, and Tiberius chose to live on his faraway villa on Capri, where he spent his days inviting young boys into his home and make them drink lots of wine so that they have to pee, and then he tied up their willies so that they can't pee. Yeah, when I told you that power corrupted and ruined this man, I meant it corrupted and ruined this man. These days, the only thing that could bring him joy were perversions that I detail in my Tiberius video. But suffice to say, for now, there were lots of young boys and women entering Tiberius' villa on Capri, and the only way they left was being thrown off the villa's cliffs. Yeah. The man also got his rocks off throwing people off rocks. A bloodthirsty emperor turned bloodthirsty pervert. At least Rome was now rid of him, right? Nah, man. Tiberius still maintained the title of emperor, and the man he left in charge to rule in his name. And that dude was even worse. Sejanus, a friend from the military who was emperor in all but name from 26 AD onwards. And Tiberius may have had the streets overflowing with blood, but Sejanus, man, that dude took it to...
Wow. Never.
Sejanus was not cruel out of some paranoid fear. Nah, he was a calculated, cruel man who simply made those moves to acquire more power and more power because he wasn't happy with ruling in Tiberius' name. He wanted the title of emperor for himself. Problem was, Sejanus was not related to Tiberius, or rather not related to the emperor's bloodline in any way. But he was also the kind of man that finds solutions to problems, and his solution for this problem was to simply end the bloodline. And that is what connects this long backstory, that's very important, to Caligula. With Caligula's father, Germanicus the Great, dead, the next in line to inherit the throne were Caligula and his two older brothers before him. And with how popular Germanicus was, these sons were sure to have the people's support. This obviously made all of Germanicus' sons a major problem for Sejanus' ambition. So using the treason laws that paranoid Tiberius so conveniently established before he left, Sejanus could freely kill any and all imagined traitors in the name of his emperor, while really only killing to further his own agenda. So he had Germanicus' two eldest sons killed by starving one to death and forcing the other to commit suicide, and also made Germanicus' widow take her own life. And somehow young Caligula survived. And this is where we enter confusion territory once again, because it is not clear why Caligula was not killed. And to make this even more confusing, we're not even certain that it was Sejanus who had them killed. Remember how Tiberius was accused of having killed Germanicus? Well, if he did that, if he really did that, why would he not then take care of Germanicus' children too? Maybe he was behind it, and after the backlash of Germanicus' death, he didn't want to be seen holding the smoking gun, and that's why he left Rome? Maybe. But it's important that you know that all of this, it really is a mess that was not clear then, and is certainly a lot less clear now, 2,000 years later. And to make all this even more confusing, in 31 AD, Tiberius then asked Caligula to live with him on Capri. Why do that? If he really killed young Caligula's family, this is the most twisted psycho move ever. Unless he did it out of guilt, or maybe he really mourned Germanicus and his sons and did it out of pity. Maybe he wanted to keep Caligula safe from Sejanus and groom him as the next emperor. Or maybe with all the death Caligula had experienced, he was the perfect man to keep Tiberius' misery company. All of this though, all of this, we don't know. We don't. No historian really knows the truth. Nobody does. And if they tell you, they're lying.
You ain't got the answers, man!
And that's okay, because it's important for this video that we don't know. I need you to be confused so you understand how confusing it was to the people at the time. You're in that same ancient boat with them right now. No one knew what was really going on. There were no answers. So remember that, because we'll come back to this. But for now, we'll continue with the one thing we do know. In 31 AD, at 19 years young, Caligula obeyed the emperor and left Rome to move to Capri. From being raised around death in war camps, to seeing death take his entire family, to now moving into a mansion where death is just an aphrodisiac to the old perverted emperor that rules it. Yeah, you could say Caligula was bound to be messed up. By the time Caligula joined Tiberius on Capri, Tiberius hadn't been to Rome in 5 years. Eventually, he once had it arranged that Sejanus was killed for his attempts to seize power, and that might give you the impression that he cared about what Sejanus did in Rome, but overall, nah man. Tiberius couldn't have cared less about the capital anymore. He only cared about his life on Capri. He only cared about his villa painted with sex scenes. And I'm not saying that figuratively, I'm saying that literally. The walls of his Capri villa were literally painted with sex scenes that were nothing in comparison to Tiberius's own sex life, because that man had a thing or three for violence and perversion, preferably in combination. So he would bring in women and young boys alike to do what he wants with them, and if they resist in a way that didn't get him more excited, he had them thrown off cliffs. And when he wasn't doing that and just lounging in his pool, Tiberius had a group of young boys being groomed as a so-called little fishes, young boys that mastered the art of underwater fellatio. Tiberius took perversion, and he took perversion, and he took it.
You keep it to a hoe?
Now, mind you, everything that Tiberius allegedly did was written about by his opposition before and long after his death. So they had every reason to slander him, since gossip was a powerful tool back then, especially effective when the emperor is a weird paranoid loner that nobody likes because he killed people for imagined treason, and who is away from Rome and not there to defend himself when all this gossip is out on the streets, and an emperor that abandoned them and let a madman run the city. So consider this the cancel culture of the time, where often there's a tiny bit of truth or reason for assumptions and a lot of BS. But with the amount of assumptions and stories we have on Tiberius, you don't need a lot of truth for Tiberius to be a bit of a massive pervert. And all the surviving texts say he was a pervert. So that's all I have to go on. Okay, welcome in pervert mention, Caligula. Of course, it wasn't just Tiberius and young Caligula in pervert mansion. They had staff, guards, administrators, holding orgies and then getting rid of the bodies. That takes manpower, So there were a lot of people around, and they all knew Caligula's tragic tale, that he had lost his entire family. So, of course, they made fun of him. Haha, your dad got murdered. And your mom too, and your brother starved to death, and the other killed themselves. Classic innocent hazing. What the hell is... That's why I love you. That's why I love dogs. Because you people, man, they're just... So that was one thing Caligula had to endure. And the other was the fact that Caligula really had no idea if Tiberius killed his family or not. Tiberius would, of course, claim that he loved Germanicus, Caligula's father, and on paper he had all the proof. He literally adopted Germanicus, planned to make him his heir. But for Caligula at the same time, his mother, when she was still alive, she went around telling everybody that Tiberius did kill Germanicus, but Tiberius could argue that he turned the city upside down to find the traitor that killed Germanicus, and then the mom could argue that that proves nothing since he literally killed a lot of traitors that he just made up, and then Tiberius could argue that he had Sejanus killed, who killed her whole family, and then she well, she couldn't argue back because she was dead, because Sejanus also killed her. Classic, he said, she died, he became a pervert, you know how it goes. And I'm telling you all these confusing, contradicting stories, all these rumors and allegations, because, again, I need you to feel what type of world Caligula grew up in. A world made up entirely of lies, mistrust, deceit, hatred, death, and perversion. Man, Caligula was only 19, and that's literally all he knew. Don't forget, he grew up in war camps. That's all he knew. And I know I use this scene all the time, but it was never more fitting than here, because this is absolutely true for Caligula.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
The only thing he hadn't yet experienced for himself was the perversion aspect. But Tiberius quickly made sure that changes. He let Caligula watch and have as many orgies as he wants. And not just orgies, no. Tiberius taught Caligula the intricacies of sadism, that pain is pleasure, that torture is pleasure, and that ultimately death is pleasure. You know, when me or you, when we bust nuts, we might kill off a pack of Kleenex in a good week, but when Caligula busted a nut, he killed off a pack of people. You get me? And at 19, you still have that appetite, you know, that thirst, you know, you remember what it was like. Your mom wondering where all these tissues and toilet paper went and why the socks are all crunchy and all that. Man, at that age, you have stamina. You have a bigger appetite for nuts than a squirrel. You get me? So with the ways of pleasure that Tiberius taught Caligula and the free rein he gave him and the thirst that this young man had, Caligula quickly racked up quite the body count. And that's the double meaning type of body count, because when Caligula took people to the meatpacking district, the butcher was busy. You get me? Actually, I'm not even sure if I get me. My point is that Caligula had sex with a lot of people, and he killed a lot of people, and often they were the same people. But Caligula was not ashamed of it. No, please, man. Caligula was like...
People. Ones I put down, people I killed. I want you to know that I do it all again. This is a circus, all right? It's a charade, it's an act. It's bullshit about how crazy I am. I ain't crazy. I'm not crazy, okay? I know what I did. I know who I am. And I do not need your help. I'm smack dab in the middle of my right goddamn mind, and any scumbag, any lowlife, any maggot piece of shit that I put down, I did it because I liked it. Hell, I loved it.
And of course he would feel that way. Life and Tiberius taught him that the value of a human is nothing, and that death and murder have no consequence. Caligula would have felt about killing humans for pleasure the way you and I feel about an animal being killed for the pleasure of eating a steak. And at some point, Caligula excelled at this lifestyle so much that even Tiberius allegedly said, "I am nursing a viper for the Roman people." Yeah, Tiberius knew exactly what Caligula was turning into, and yet he planned to unleash it onto Rome. He planned for Caligula to be his successor. To be precise, in 35 AD, he named both Caligula and his cousin Gemellus as joint heirs to the throne. And again, was this guilt over murdering Caligula's family, or pity, or simply a young man he's grown fond of? We don't know what Tiberius' motives were, but Caligula, he eventually made up his mind. Seeing what he saw on Capri, he had less and less doubt that his mother's accusations were true, that this perverted emperor was the man responsible for the death of his family. So every so often, Caligula would sneak into Tiberius' bedroom while the aging emperor was asleep, and he held a dagger over his body. And that was not the only way he was secretly opposing Tiberius. Caligula also formed an alliance with the head of the emperor's private guard, because he knew that in this Roman
Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground.
And an aging emperor means every single one of his heirs or possible heirs is likely to die at the hands of an ambitious man or woman. And Caligula had literally experienced this firsthand, mind you. So he wanted to make sure that when Tiberius dies, at least his guard would be on Caligula's side. And then, on March 16th, 37 AD, old man Tiberius did die in his sleep at age 77. Since that is an old age for the time, it is very possible that he did die because it was just his time. But it's also very possible that on one of his secret nightly visits, Caligula decided to actually kill the emperor. Once again, we don't know. But it doesn't make a difference. The outcome is the same. Caligula and his cousins were now co-emperors, but only one of them had been smart enough to secure the loyalty of the emperor's guard. So Caligula immediately had his cousin imprisoned and then killed.
I did warn you not to trust me.
So now Rome belonged to Caligula, the third emperor. Mind you, all this was still going down on Capri. So once the news reached the people of Rome, once they heard that Tiberius was dead, they were like, more than that, they wanted payback. They wanted to tear the dead man's body apart after all the evils Tiberius committed and the free rein he gave Sejanus that led to even worse evils. They wanted to ravage the perverted emperor's body like he had ravaged many of their young relatives in his perverse exploits. And then, when the frenzied people heard that the next emperor would be the son of their beloved and unjustly murdered hero Captain Rome Germanicus, not just the son, but the surviving son who was forced to live with the tyrannical pervert that killed his family, but against all odds came out on top and was now emperor? Man, what a story. I mean, come on, man. As a Roman citizen who has no idea what Caligula did on Capri, how could you not love and root for the guy? So when Caligula returned to Rome as the new emperor, the people were excited, like... I'm not exaggerating, they were mad happy to see him. Finally, the emperor is back in Rome where he belongs and not in hiding. Finally, after 23 long years, the reign of terror was over. They wanted Caligula to usher in another peaceful era like Augustus did before Tiberius. But of course, this is still Caligula we're talking about. Of course, they didn't know the guy like you and I know the guy. So as soon as Caligula took over, he was actually a great emperor, like stand-up guy, tip-top, took charge and did a great job. I'm not kidding. Rome loved Caligula. With a backstory like his, man, 24 years old Caligula was immediately sitting pretty on the throne. But he did much more than that. I mean, get this. Immediately after taking over, Caligula ended the treason trials, and people love when you don't execute them. Caligula lowered taxes, and people love when you lower taxes. Caligula gave the army a pay rise, and people love money. He held feasts for the people constantly, and the people love a good feast. And Caligula threw a lot of gladiator games, and the people love watching men try to kill each other for their entertainment, even though they hated their previous emperor because he killed people for his entertainment, because people love being hypocrites. All around Rome, Caligula was the man. And after over 20 years of suffering under Tiberius, this new young emperor truly felt like the second coming of Rome's glorious first emperor, Augustus. Finally, no more fear. Finally, good times ahead. Surely Rome would once again be safe. Right? No, seriously, right? But then Caligula got sick. And yes, that is another one of those double meaning occasions. Just 8 months into his reign, after 8 months of doing nothing but great things, Caligula fell ill and was close to death for weeks. And rumor had it that he wasn't just ill, rumor had it that he had been poisoned. Now I really need you to think about what happened in Caligula's past. I mean, that's why I went into such detail on it. Recall the world of death treason, greed that he was born into. Recall all that. Remember all that. Remember that his own father was literally also poisoned. Now Rome celebrates Caligula as their new emperor, meaning it is the first time Caligula is loved since his whole family was murdered. For the first time, finally, there is some happiness in his life again, some hope, and maybe a change for the better. And then he's poisoned by one of the very people that claimed to love him. The boy born into darkness finally saw some light, and then this happens?
I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Being poisoned like this must have felt like a gut punch. Except worse, because a gut punch doesn't goddamn leave you poisoned and so sick that you're on the verge of death for weeks. And there's no Netflix at the time, no gaming back then. You realize how long weeks of being sick felt back then. It was terrible. And the people of Rome were devastated. Just when they thought things were about to get better, their new emperor is dying, poisoned just like his great father, like Germanicus. Are you kidding me? People were crying in the streets, and senators were praying to the gods to please save Caligula. And some senators even offered the gods to take them in his place. And it seemed like one of the many gods actually listened, because Caligula recovered. Well, in terms of health, he recovered, but in terms of being sick in the head, man, he was only getting started. Of course, you already know how sick and twisted Caligula can be from what I told you about his time on Capri, but Rome didn't know that, and whoever poisoned Caligula snatched away what little light Rome's love brought into his darkness, and with that light extinguished, it triggered the dark side, Caligula. And Rome had no idea what was about to be unleashed upon them. But first Caligula had to actually thank the senators that prayed for him. I mean, that was super selfless and just a genuine kindness. They offered themselves in his stead. So Caligula told them, I heard you even ask the gods to die in my stead. Like, what? That is so kind of you. I can't believe you did that. Like, for me, you shouldn't have. And imagine if the gods were real and they want you to keep your promise for sparing me, right? Like, like you would actually you would have to die. I'm not kidding. You have to keep your promise. You have to die now. And then he made the senators commit suicide in front of him. Yeah? Caligula's true villain arc starts exactly now. Healthy Caligula re-emerged into public life, and just how Batman came out of the dark wearing a weird bat costume, Caligula emerged out of the dark wearing women's clothes. Yeah, and the Romans must have been like, I'm serious, my guy came out cross-dressing like it's 2023, and most would say the near-death experience just turned him crazy and evil. But no, that crazy, that evil, it was always there. It was never calculated evil to begin with. It was the same kind of evil children are when they just don't know what evil or what good even really is. When they literally have no conscience because they just were never taught what it is to have a conscience. So that near-death experience sent Caligula's mind back into that childish state, the state in which Caligula knew humans to be nothing but toys. The viper that Tiberius raised and warned about, it was now fully unleashed upon Rome. And for this part of the story, let me just give you some of Caligula's, let's call them worst hits, so you have an idea of what he did to people. Caligula would often host dinner parties for senators and their wives, and then he took the senators' wives into another room, raped them, sat them back down at the table with their husband, and made everybody act happy, like nothing happened. Caligula also reinstated the treason trials, except he didn't execute for treason. He did it to randomly show his power by just executing people for the sake of it. Except execution with Caligula wasn't him just killing someone. No, Caligula made sure the victims stay alive for as long as possible, and he tortured them to death for days.
You're not going to die today. You're not going to die for quite a while.
And just like Circe, Caligula loved to make parents watch their children being tortured.
You will live to watch your daughter rot. To watch that beautiful face collapse into bone and dust. All the while contemplating the choices you've made.
But Caligula even one-upped Circe by forcing the parents to smile and applaud while their children were being slowly killed. Or sometimes it was the other way around. Once a man offended Caligula, so Caligula had the whole family brought before him, man, wife, and the 2 children. He had the whole family gathered to watch as Caligula first killed the man, then the wife, then the oldest child, and as the youngest was crying and begging and scared for her life, someone in the crowd shouted to please exempt this young virgin girl from this horrid punishment. So then Caligula had her raped, so she would be executed not as a young virgin girl, but as a woman. Caligula became a full-blown monster. Any sympathy that one might have had for the boy he once was gone, because sadly the boy was completely swallowed up by the darkness. And as I was writing this script, I couldn't help but keep coming back to comparing Caligula to the tragic fates of child soldiers in a way. You know, they are forced and manipulated into a life where they commit atrocities that are so evil you can't even imagine, and you shouldn't try to imagine. But these child soldiers never had any innocence to begin with. It was taken from them. So when they commit evil, to them it's just a dark, twisted game. And I'm aware that a child soldier's fate is much, much worse than Caligula. But there's still a comparison here. To Caligula, Rome and the things he was doing was just a game. And even in his private life, Caligula didn't do normal. His first wife was his sister, who he had publicly declared as a goddess after she died because he was obsessed with her. His second wife, Milonia Caesonia, was by all accounts just as twisted as him, and so was their relationship. One of the ways Caligula would show love to his second wife was to tell her that he could have her killed and tortured at any time, and he would often have her walk around naked in front of his troops or his friends, and it was said that she liked all that. So yeah, whatever floats your boat, bro. Twisted, you get me. But I want you to remember what I said earlier. All these tales and recollections, biographies about Caligula of the time, they were written by people that despised him, that had every reason to slander him, and sometimes lived long after him. So we will never know the whole truth or extent of his evil, okay? But what we do know for sure is that Caligula wasn't all cruelty and insanity. Caligula still put on frequent gladiator games for the masses. They loved him. He still extended the aqueducts network all over the city for better access to water, and he built new ports for more trade and more food. But then he heard that there once was a prophecy that Caligula had a better chance of crossing a 3-mile bay with a horse than becoming an emperor. So when he was emperor, Caligula took the ships needed to operate these new ports and had them made into a floating bridge that spans across the water of said bay for 3 miles so that he could ride his horse across it, just to prove a point. And without the boats, people kind of starved. Yeah, man, this guy, I'm telling you, unhinged the definition. And you probably heard that Caligula made his horse a consul. Yeah, that was just him being disrespectful and telling senators his horse could do a better job than them. Just a joke. I never understood why that horse joke got so blown out of proportion, considering all the crazy things he did. And all this insanity, it was expensive. And it didn't help that the guy constantly had statues of him built in every temple because he believed himself to be a god, or he wanted people to believe it. So by 39 AD, Rome was broke. and was just about done with this guy. The people were not about to do another 2 decades of suffering like they did with Tiberius. Plus, Caligula was young. He was really young. There's no telling when this reign would end. This time they were going to get rid of the tyrant early. This time, real treason was brewing. And despite holding quote-unquote treason trials all the time, purging the city, Caligula was really just killing people for fun.
I kill for fun!
He was blind to actual treason. He was oblivious to the fact that Rome was turning on him, that powerful people were getting together behind his back, and Caligula just continued to put on his finest dresses and eventually left the city to find a new way to entertain himself. In 39 AD, Caligula decided to play conqueror in faraway lands. And I really mean play conqueror. Aside from being a kid in his father's war camps, Caligula had no war experience. So when he personally led legions to the frontier, Caligula had his own men dressed up as the enemy in the camp so he could play to defeat them. Except he was the only one playing soldier, and they really died. On his campaign, Caligula himself never saw any real battle, and when he took 200,000 men to Britannia, to Britain, to be the first Roman emperor to conquer it, he had his army cross the sea and then collect seashells at the British shores, told them that they had now successfully conquered the sea, and sailed his 200,000 men back to Rome with seashells.
Well, you don't have to mention that. That was fun.
And it's fun to him, it's funny to us, but these were of course real soldiers dying for his gains. Real money was wasted to move 200,000 men across the sea for a practical joke. So when he got back to Rome in 41 AD, no one was in the mood for his jokes anymore. And there's no big conspiracy or intriguing build-up to some suspenseful climax that is Caligula's death. Everybody just wanted him dead. There was no reason to even conspire. Death came quickly. Just 4 years after he became the new emperor, his closest advisors, led by his own private guard, killed Caligula.
I did warn you not to trust me.
On January 24th, in 41 AD, 28-year-old Caligula was found dead with 30 stab wounds. And later that day, his wife and their baby girl were also found dead. Then, to erase all memory of his cursed reign, all of Caligula's statues were torn down and his name was scrubbed from records and every monument. And that's how quickly the mighty can fall. But the irony is that the boy born into darkness would have truly faded into nothing if it wasn't for the fact that the darkness had molded his mind into one so twisted that no matter how many statues you tear down or how many records you erase his name from, the name Caligula will forever be tied to evil, and humanity will forever have an odd fascination with evil. And so, 2,000 years later, Caligula is one of the most well-known emperors, and at the same time, the one emperor that was so hated by those who wrote the history books that we really don't know if we can trust our sources in this case. But whatever the case, I'm certain that underneath all the allegations, all the exaggerations, Caligula did die a monster. But I hope I was able to show you that he was not born that way. Emperor Nero. What comes to mind when you hear that name? The teenage emperor who burned down Rome, the man who was the literal Antichrist, the scumbag who kicked his pregnant wife to death. What if I told you that all of it, is simply not true? If I told you that Emperor Nero's life is one of the most extreme cases of history being rewritten by the winners, by the elites, and certainly not by the dead nor the common people. So when it comes to Nero, you most likely have been lied to your entire life. Because, get this, Emperor Nero arguably had the singular best 5 years of reign of any emperor, and he was super popular. But And this is a Kardashian-sized butt. Wait, no. Wait, they all got their BBL removed, right? It's not supersized anymore, damn man. But this is a formerly Kardashian-sized butt. Despite all that, Nero was also a deeply troubled man, born to a mother that was such a helicopter that she would even make Cersei spin. And Nero was a teenage emperor with mental issues so unchecked that when given ultimate power and nurtured by yes men, those issues were bound to escalate. There's a lot to talk about in this one, and we're gonna dissect a lot of assumption and clear up lies about Nero in this video that are very disturbing, which I know is not a warning because it's only gonna make you want to watch this video even more. So let's do this. Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus was born on December 15th in 37 AD into quite the family tree. I didn't even notice that rhyme, but you see, from birth, it was Nero's destiny to become the emperor of Rome, the champion of the free, and the terror of the powers that be.
Ooh, smoke that.
It wasn't even intentional. Nero's mother was Julia Agrippina and his father was Gnaeus, but Papa Nero is only relevant in that he died when Nero was just 3 years old. So single mom Agrippina it was, and the important thing about Julia Agrippina is that she was part of the emperor bloodline and the sister of Rome's current emperor Caligula, but she was not the sister that Caligula had sex with and married. Nah, she was one of the other two sisters that hated Caligula and tried to kill him. So he had her exiled. You know, just average Roman family stuff. Don't think about it too hard. So in 39 AD, single mother Agrippina found herself exiled on an island with her baby boy Nero, and growing up with Caligula, she had obviously spent plenty of time with her brother. And I mean, there's a reason she tried to kill him, because she knew exactly the type of cruel emperor Caligula was.
I killed the son!
She knew it was just a matter of time before he would have her and her son killed in exile under some random circumstance and pass it off to the people as illness or suicide. So living in exile, Agrippina didn't really care too much about being a good mother for what little time she had left, and instead she let a dancer educate and raise her son. Now, having a dancer educate him, that didn't mean that Nero was learning fire moves like this. It meant that Nero was raised by the lowest of the low, because at the time, dancers, artists, and actors were considered to be on the same level as sex workers. And this is a little bit before OnlyFans, so that doesn't mean that everybody loved them. Nah, they got no respect at all. And remember this, because it will be important later. No father figure, raised by dancers in exile. But little by little, year after year, Agrippina and Nero found themselves still alive, and then suddenly, on January 24th in 41 AD, Emperor Caligula was killed, just 4 years into his reign. And the one to succeed Caligula was his uncle, who obviously was also Agrippina's uncle. It was Emperor Claudius. And Claudius felt a little bit different about family than Caligula.
Family, family, family.
So the new emperor immediately called his niece Agrippina and her son back from exile. And once Agrippina got back to Rome, man, listen, I'm just gonna let you know right now that Agrippina had that Cersei energy squared. So her exile, that was her shame arc. You get me? And you knew then that if this woman survives, she's gonna come back on some vicious thing, because
hell have no fury. Like a what?
Her exile should have been certain death. So once back in Rome, Julia Agrippina basically considered herself having been given a new lease on life. Kind of like, remember this scene from Peaky Blinders?
We died together. Once before. We were cut off from the retreat. No bullets left. Waiting for the Prussian cavalry to come and to finish us off. But we were spared. The enemy never came. And we all agreed And everything after that was extra.
Everything was extra from now on, and Agrippina was never going to be used as a pawn by others ever again. She didn't care that Rome was all about biological ding-dong energy, because as far as she was concerned, she had the biggest dong energy of them all. So in order to rise in power, she outlined a plan. Get rich or die trying. Agrippina edition. First, she pressured the Emperor Claudius into marrying her to a powerful consul. Then she poisoned the consul to inherit all his money. Then, after the emperor's wife was executed, Agrippina went and married the emperor herself. I feel like I have to elaborate on that last point a little bit. You see, Claudius, the emperor, had a bit of a thing for incest. If you ever wonder why stepmom, mom, and sister and other family members rank so highly in the searches of adult websites, people like Claudius are the reason why. The emperor was really about that life, so tapping his niece was always a bit of a major fantasy for him. And as for his wife getting executed, listen, I should actually do a video specifically on the women that moved Rome behind the scenes. Claudius' wife, Miss Salina, man, she played the emperor like a serious fool, cheating on him left and right, at one point getting married to another man while still married to the emperor, while still married to Claudius, and always either secretly killing or flat out publicly executing anyone that posed a threat to her while she made moves to seize power from her husband. In the end, it got so bad that Claudius, the emperor's own guard, executed the emperor's wife without the emperor's orders in order to save him from her. Do you understand how gullible of a man you have to be cheated on like that, stay married, and have to be saved from your wife that neither loves nor respects you nor really wants to even see you alive, and then have to be saved from her by your own guard killing her? It didn't help that Emperor Claudius had a stutter, a limp, and other handicaps, so generally speaking, the only reason he got any respect was because he was the emperor. Dude was down so bad. Man, he had to divorce his first wife for cheating on him, his second wife for emotionally abusing him, and then his third wife, Miss Alina, who I just told you about, was supposed to be the pinnacle of everything Claudius never learned from. But then Nero's mother, Julia Agrippina, man, she swooped in. She came in, man, and she took it.
Never.
Agrippina seduced Claudius in no time and convinced him that publicly marrying her, his niece, would be a good move since it unites the family and stops all the bad PR that his murderous previous wife caused. Because the public, they loved Julia Agrippina. She was the first Emperor Augustus's granddaughter. She was the poor sister of the tyrant Caligula, a single mom who barely kept her and her child alive in exile. Man, her sob story was solid. Agrippina had everybody fooled, and her popularity gave Claudius a genuine cover to openly live out his incest fantasy. And so, just 8 years after returning from exile, on New Year's Day, 49 AD, Agrippina married the emperor and now found herself in the position of the most powerful woman in Rome.
I don't know where you're at in your life or what you're going through, but I want to tell you to keep going, baby. I want to tell you success is on the other side of it. I want to tell you it's going to be okay. I want to tell you that the windshield is bigger than the rearview mirror for a reason, because what's in front of you is so much more important than what's behind you. Let's party, Nashville!
But if you think that being the empress would satisfy Agrippina's ambition, nah, man. Remember that this woman considered herself to have the biggest dong in all of Rome, and little Willie Claudius was nothing but a little thorn in her side. For Agrippina's ambitions to be satisfied, the emperor had to die. That kind of rhymed too. That was generally not on purpose. I was gonna end on some epic "had to die," but it rhymed. The emperor had to die. Soon after getting married, Agrippina convinced Claudius to adopt Nero and name him his heir. So in 51 AD, Nero found himself heir to the throne alongside his half-brother, Emperor Claudius' son from his previous marriage, Britannicus. At this point, Nero was 13 years young, and once you become heir to the throne, everything you do is under major scrutiny. So when Claudius' advisors started to take a closer look at Nero, they realized that this kid literally had no interest in becoming emperor and was into weird stuff like art, acting, and all that sissy crap. So they were like,
"Why are you gay?"
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Nero did not care about learning the ins and outs of politics, and he had no ambition for power. The kid had a different calling. The kid had different dreams.
I'm an actor.
But his mother, Agrippina, was dead set on her son rising to the top. So when in 53 AD, Claudius, the emperor's daughter, Octavia, also from a previous marriage, was set to get married herself, Agrippina thought that it sure would be nice if the man Octavia is meant to marry dies, and if Octavia marries her son Nero instead to further tie Agrippina and Nero to the throne. So Agrippina publicly accused the man who was meant to marry Octavia of incest, and he was then forced to commit suicide. Let's also take a moment to remember that Agrippina is literally married to her uncle. And then Agrippina offered the grieving, well, kind of widow, Octavia, her son Nero as a husband instead. Here you go. Agrippina had no chill. And actually, I've been saying Circe all along, but that's really more Olenna energy, you know?
You may not have enjoyed watching him die, but you enjoyed it more than you would have enjoyed being married to him, I can promise you that.
So in 53 AD, at age 15, Nero married his stepsister Octavia to keep the tradition of incest going, and now it was finally time for Agrippina to make her final move: kill the emperor. And because any good murderer moves in silence like lasagna, there is no big fanfare to Agrippina getting that job done. It was simply that on October 13th, 54 AD, Claudius died, and the cause of death is only vaguely given as poison, with no clear evidence for who the murderer was, except Agrippina had both the motive, the expertise, so historians generally agree that she was responsible. But regardless of how Emperor Claudius died, the result was the same.
The king is dead. Long live the king.
Or plural in this case. Long live Nero and his stepbrother Britannicus, the new co-emperors of Rome. But conveniently, only Nero was old enough to be considered an adult, old enough to rule, 3 years older than young Britannicus, so that meant that effectively Nero was now the sole emperor of Rome. 13 years after she was exiled, Agrippina had succeeded in making her 16-year-old son Nero the ruler of the greatest empire in the world through murder and deceit. Man, she literally must have felt like this.
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
So, as thanks, her son Nero had his mother stabbed to death.
What the?
Okay, there's a bit more to that. After he took charge, Nero didn't listen to a word his mom said, and he wanted sole power. So for the first couple of years of his reign, Nero had her move to the outskirts of the city. But you know Agrippina, at this point, she's not one to just stay quiet, so she tried to align herself with Nero's younger stepbrother Britannicus to scheme her way back and take down her son. But she taught Nero too well. She could never get to him, and he learned from the best. So first, Nero had Britannicus killed, and then he was like,
"Sorry, I'm just gonna go murder Mom. I'll be right back."
That's not. So he had his mother put on a ship that sunk in the middle of the sea with her on board. Except, again, this is Agrippina we're talking about here. Of course, this woman did not drown. She swam all the way back to the shore, where she was then surrounded by assassins sent by her son Nero with orders to kill her. But this is Agrippina we're talking about. So she stared them down like...
So, well, boys, who's gonna do it then? Who's gonna kill me?
And then she pointed at her womb and told them, "Stab me there, where the monster had been nurtured." And so they did. On March 23rd, 59 AD, Nero had his mother Agrippina killed, and that was the end of the very impressive power rise that was Agrippina's life. And I'm not going to end another chapter on a rhyme. I'm just saying that this was the dawn of the age of Nero. For the first 5 years of his reign, Nero could be argued to have been the greatest emperor ever. And depending on how much we judge greatness by popularity, many might not even be debatable. Nero banned the death penalty, he cracked down hard on the corruption that plagued Rome, he slashed taxes, he gave unprecedented human rights to slaves, he banned animal blood sport, he reduced the amount of gladiator games by trying to replace them with Greek wrestling. I mean, seriously, this was shades of greatness, of Augustus on steroids. Nero polished up Rome real nice, and on top of that, he was kind of a cool dude. He would make constant cameos on stages and plays, and was generally approachable and relatable despite, or maybe because of his young age. So to say that Nero was beloved by the common people would be an understatement. When I tell you that Nero was the people's champ, loved by the millions of Nero fans all across Rome, but the millions, the common people, they don't write the history books. So a lot of these great deeds went undocumented. In fact, applying logic here would dictate that Nero probably did even more great things that we never heard about because they simply were not documented. Ancient writers, the elites, they hated Nero and tried to ruin him, both while he was alive and decades after his death still. Why that was the case is complex, but it roughly is a mixture of trying to hype up the later emperors by putting down the predecessors, and slander and gossip was a seriously efficient and effective tool in ancient Rome, and the more enemies you have, the more slander you get. And Nero had a lot of enemies, because look at it this way. Like Tiberius and Caligula before him, Nero never wanted to be emperor, he wanted to be a poet. And can you imagine all these old-ass politicians and powerful men who plan out their entire life to one day sit on the throne or get their guy on that throne, and then some 16-year-old sits on it by virtue of his mother, by virtue of a woman, and on top of that, this 16-year-old wants to be an actor and dresses up in women's clothes on stage? I mean, in their minds, this was ridiculously offensive. Like,
that is blasphemous!
So while the people of Rome knew what's what on the streets and felt the positive effects of Nero's first 5 years, over time, over the centuries and the millennia, only the books, the texts, the gossip survive. So at some point, history just becomes the best story told, and the best stories are those that paint Nero as a bloodthirsty drunk and a foolish maniac. But of course, those stories weren't just made up out of thin air. Nero was all out and about in brothels, partying with actors, hanging with those that were considered lowlives, talking about how I hate being the emperor and all that. Think of it like the president not wanting or respecting the job, and the president is 16 years old and only wants to bang hookers, hang out with his favorite artists, and some real rock star thing, and his whole life philosophy is
cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Nero was constantly drunk and or on whatever substances were popular at the time, and appeared on stages to have his moments in the spotlight, sometimes dressed like a woman because he randomly had a serious kink for that.
Is that my skirt?
What? Oh, yeah, this. I found it in your room. It's a little dated, I know, but it's very breathy on the bits.
Also, Nero didn't respect his marriage at all, especially since Octavia was very noble and PC. He didn't like that, and she was unable to have children and couldn't give him any heir. So Nero openly had a bit of a wilder mistress, Poppaea Sabina, and he got her pregnant instead. Problem was, that was considered major disrespect to the very important position of the empress. And then Nero figured, well, if people are going to get all fussy about me cheating on the empress, then let me just divorce her and send her away into exile so people forget about her. But that made it even worse because the empress was a beloved, a kind woman, the perfect picture of a woman that Romans wanted at the time. Very noble blood. So Nero had to kind of fix the mistakes he made by sending her away, and to save face, to make up for all of it, he decided to kill her.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
He had Octavia, who was so popular people literally protested her exile and the divorce on the streets. He just had her killed and then married his pregnant mistress. And I guess karma struck immediately because sadly his new wife's child died at just 4 months of age. This was in 62 AD, and you have to consider the narrative of this drunk, disrespectful, very young emperor who now had 2 of Rome's great noble women murdered. His mother Agrippina and his wife Octavia, both women of royal blood, of great families, both killed on the whims of a boy who doesn't respect tradition, which in turn meant that those that do honor tradition, they had no respect for Nero, and those were Rome's most powerful. And Nero wanted respect. He needed their respect. Desperately. The love of the common people wasn't enough, but when people don't give you the respect you think you deserve, you soon start to ask yourself,
is it better to be feared or respected?
Fear was the obvious answer for Nero, and once he gave into the idea of being feared by any means necessary, Nero began to unravel. Nero's rock star lifestyle escalated, and his insane orgies and feasts slowly bankrupted Rome. But all those who dared to slander or oppose him, Nero had them killed. Simple as that. Obsessed with the idea of being feared now, Nero brought back the death penalty and the treason trials, which if you watch my Rome videos regularly, you know the treason trials were simply just the emperor's version of the Purge. Nero edition. Everybody that's a somebody that had a problem with Nero could now simply be executed, and their wealth would be added to Nero's wealth to finance his lavish lifestyle. Nero ruled the elites of Rome through fear. The literal possibility of death existed every single day, so they couldn't do anything against him. But the common people, those that didn't care much about the nobles and the elites and their bickering, they still loved Nero. And maybe that mixture of fear behind the important closed doors and the love of the masses, maybe that could have gotten Nero through this entire reign if it wasn't for one horrendous event, the Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD. A massive fire swept through Rome, and you have to understand that Rome was made up of wooden shacks. So this fire was like you lining up matchsticks like dominoes and then burning them. The fire swept through Rome for 9 days and destroyed 10 out of 14 districts, 71% of Rome. It was absolutely devastating.
Forget about it.
And this is where we arrive at the greatest lie told about Emperor Nero. Nero fiddled while Rome burned. This is simply not true. While Rome burned, Nero was not even in Rome, and fiddles didn't even exist until the 10th century. And in fact, once Nero heard that Rome burned, he actually raced back to the city, helped the relief efforts, and let hundreds of people who lost their homes stay in his palace. And then he immediately drew up plans on how to rebuild the city and make it better than before. He was still the people's champ, and if anything, this fire once more proved his love for the common people of Rome. But again, history is not written by the common people, nor were the tabloids of the time, nor were they, the common people, the ones controlling the narrative of the whispers on the streets. And it was all too easy to reframe this whole fire drama into something against Nero, because young Nero, forever harboring dreams of being loved and being a rock star, he made a crucial mistake. When he rebuilt the city, he rebuilt the imperial palace into a giant, and I mean giant palace that took up a third of the city, built on its ashes, and then he built a 120-foot statue of himself. With that, the Nero slander and accusations almost wrote themselves. A great fire sweeps through Rome and Nero is conveniently out of the city. Then he very conveniently has immediate plans to rebuild Rome. The man who loves drama and plays can now conveniently appear as the great savior and hero in times of need, and now he just so happens to have all the land necessary to build his massive palace and a giant statue of himself. This was perfect for Nero's opposition, so perfect you'd almost think they set Rome on fire. But to this day, we actually don't know who or what really caused the fire. What we do know is that this was a turning point for the public opinion of Nero. Soon enough, people started to believe those rumors and kept spreading them. Every catastrophe needs a scapegoat, and the Nero whispers made too much sense. So eventually Nero himself, he had to offer up a better scapegoat. And you know how it goes when a massive city faces a problem. Who better to blame than the outsiders, the refugees, the foreigners, the faithfuls of weird religion, the Christians, who at the time were at best a minority that was barely tolerated, offered the perfect scapegoat for Nero. And so the emperor had their most prominent leaders tortured until they would confess to anything and told everybody that they caused the great fire. So then Nero's punishment was to round up Christians from all over the city, and the lucky ones were torn apart by wild animals. The unlucky ones were nailed to crosses and then burned alive, used to light up Nero's garden festivals as human torches. And I'm just saying, if you're accused of causing a fire, I don't think that lighting your enemies on fire is the best defense. The fire and Nero's bloody vendetta to silence the rumors of the masses who turned on him, all that, it finally broke something in the emperor. And in the following year, in 65 AD, Nero's evil side peaked. The Senate and the elites were plotting to remove Nero from power, and once he got wind of their schemes, he forced 21 of them to commit suicide.
21.
Actually, I think it was 23, but I just wanted to use that 21 thing. Well, 20-something of them were forced to commit suicide, and Nero cranked up his anti-elite purges all over Rome, and soon he saw traitors everywhere, death around every corner. He became restless, easily irritated, and coped with more orgies, more drinking, and more violence, and eventually all this led to a massive fight between Nero and his wife, Poppaea Sabina. After losing their first child, Nero and his wife were blessed with another pregnancy, but during that argument, an enraged Nero lost it, and he kicked his wife and their unborn child to death. I know, the hell. But as much as this would mark Nero's ultimate descent into unforgivable evil territory, the fact that he kicked her to death was later written about by the very same people who wrote all the other lies about Nero. Simply put, it is very likely not true. In fact, kicking your wife to death, just like setting fire to your town, that stuff is so tragic and vicious that it could literally be a tale from mythology or play. And it turns out that exactly around that time there were popular Roman mythologies and plays of great fires and husbands violently killing their wives.
How about that?
It is much more likely that in 67 AD his wife died while giving birth, died along with the child itself. This is supported by a surviving poem that states his wife gave Nero a farewell speech before she passed. The death of his wife and another child completely wrecked Nero and arguably sent his mind over the edge once and for all. He had his wife stuffed and embalmed so that he could visit her in a mausoleum, and then only weeks after her death, he found a 13-year-old boy, Sporus, that looked just like her, so he kidnapped the boy, castrated him, married him, forced him to wear his wife's clothes and appear as the empress in public, as well as act like her behind closed doors. And this is not a made-up story or a lie. If you're looking for a twisted Nero story, this is the one. Nero was falling apart, both his mind as well as his popularity and his reign. Publicly, he started appearing in plays wearing a mask of his dead wife and pretending to be pregnant, and he took this performance on the road, touring Rome's Eastern Empire, where there were less rumors about him, and he was still more popular, away from all the death and tragedy of the capital. But during Nero's absence, his fate in the capital was sealed. Once he returned, he would be killed. And I think Nero knew that. I think touring Eastern Rome was his equivalent of an artist's farewell tour. So when Nero was back in Rome, on June 9th, 68 AD, he woke up in his palace and found it abandoned, empty. He knew what that meant. He knew this day was coming, but being all alone still struck the boy in him who loved attention, drama, and performance. So supposedly, Nero stumbled through the empty palace screaming, "Have I neither friend nor foe?" But his foes were gathering to march on the palace in force and end his reign. But when they got there, Nero had escaped. With what little slaves he still had to support him. Of course, it wasn't hard for the army to catch up to him, and they found him in his villa, another villa, 4 miles outside of Rome. But Nero wouldn't let them take this opportunity for a final dramatic scene from him. He grabbed a dagger off of one of his slaves and famously said, "What an artist dies in me," before he tried to attempt suicide, but couldn't get himself to do it, and had one of his advisors do it for him. And when the soldiers finally got to him, Nero smiled, and his last words were, "Too late." Did Nero really say those things? In the end, did his mom really go out with an epic quote pointing at a room? Is all probably just as made up as him burning down Rome or stomping his wife to death. What is true is that Nero died at age 30 on June 9th, 68 AD, the anniversary of him ordering the murder of his first wife, Claudia Octavia. What is also true is that he was hated by all those that matter. Also, the Christians really hated him, understandably, after serving as literal burning men for Nero's ancient version of Burning Man. So over time, anyone that had anything to say painted Nero in the worst light possible. And who knows, maybe he really did all those bad things, some of them. We'll never know. But we know that Nero was forced into power by an overbearing mother, and he wanted the throne even less than Jon Snow, and yet it corrupted him as much as it did Tiberius and Caligula before him. Sitting on the throne at age 16, Nero remained a forever child. He pursued his artistic interests with childlike glee and committed his worst deeds with that same childlike glee, because being raised by a mother who let nothing stand in her way, Nero literally never learned to control his impulses. In fact, he was probably encouraged to act on them. So make of that what you will. But now you have a little more information to consider when you think of Emperor Nero, the supposed monster of Rome. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. These words, possibly more than any others, sum up the best man to ever rule the Roman Empire, Marus Aurelius. Actually, that's not true. There are way better words that sum up Aurelius and the philosophy of Stoicism. 5 simple words, in fact.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yep, that's pretty much Stoicism. And Marcus Aurelius followed that wisdom to a T, which made him different in a time where Roman emperors were basically the rulers of the known world, and ethics and morals did not apply to them. For most emperors, human lives were playthings, and the law literally bent to their will. Emperors danced to their own tune. They danced to one song only. So once he was emperor, Marcus Aurelius, man, he could have had anything in the world, anything. And yet, the dude practiced sleeping on the floor to steal his resolve for the Stoic lifestyle. I mean, come on, man. Aurelius literally thought of himself and all other humans as trees, and not in the way that some people now identify as trees. No. It's funny because there's probably a tree pronoun person watching this, hearing me say Aurelius thought people were trees, and they went. Aurelius meant it in the way a tree fulfills its life's potential. The tree doesn't set out to be admired or be pretty or sturdy or great. These aspects are just a byproduct of the tree doing what trees do, of it fulfilling its potential, doing what nature intends. And to Marcus Aurelius, the natural purpose of a man was to be good, to help others. That was man's potential, and fulfilling it was your only duty. And so Marcus Aurelius decided to be a dictator that rules an empire that was built on oppression, bloodshed, and slavery, and waged war for 19 years to keep and expand the empire's lands and kill those who would dare to try and be free from the Romans. But hey,
it is what it is. It is what it is.
So let's talk about this Stoic emperor who seemingly did everything right and then somehow decided it was a good idea to hand the empire over to his incestuous, murderous, flat-out evil son Commodus. Let's talk about this Stoic emperor that is known as the Philosophy King, a nickname that I swear could only get you laid in ancient Rome or Greece. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about Imperator Kaiser Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus Germanicus Sarmaticus. Yep, that's his full name. Let's do this. Marcus Aurelius was actually born as Marcus Annius Verus on April 2621 CE into a super noble family. And in other videos, this is when I usually tell you that the father was secretly some monster, or the mother betrayed the family for more power, or they stole their baby or ate 7 of its toes, or I don't know, something weird. But no, not this time. No traitor mom, no deadbeat fathers. The only deadbeats were the ones Marcus Aurelius would later spit his fire Stoic philosophy on. Marcus Aurelius legit had great parents, and in his own words, he described them as follows. From the reputation and remembrance of my father, I learned modesty and a manly character. From my mother, piety and generosity and abstinence, not only from evil deeds, but even from evil thoughts, and further, simplicity in my way of living, far removed from the habits of the rich. I mean, the worst thing you could say is that she sounds like the OG hippie vegan mom that would have ridden her bicycle around Rome and told you about her holistic lifestyle even though you never asked, but that's about it. There was, however, one shadow of darkness that quickly cast itself over Marcus Aurelius' seemingly perfect life: death. His father died when Aurelius was just 3 years young, and from then on, death would follow Aurelius around for the rest of his life like herpes, which is why he focused a lot of his philosophical efforts on the inevitable final resting place, which, spoiler alert, his Stoic conclusion when it comes to death ultimately was,
it is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm telling you, man, these 5 words will basically apply at any point of this video. Mark Aurelius also had a sister, Faustina, and after their father died, the siblings were adopted by their grandfather, a man that was consul of Rome several times throughout his life and expected the same successes from his late son and now his grandson Aurelius. Living up to your potential and leaving the world a better place than you found it was a mentality instilled in this boy from a young age, and opportunity to do just that came knocking early when the then Emperor Hadrian, a great man in his own right, realized that he's shooting blanks. And so in 138 CE, when he was 62 years old, Emperor Hadrian adopted 51-year-old Antoninus Pius as his heir to the throne on the simple condition that Pius was to adopt and groom then teenage Aurelius, who was the chosen one Hadrian really wanted in charge. See, Hadrian was the third of what would become a consecutive Roman all-time high of 5 great emperors, and he saw in Marcus Aurelius an heir that would keep the Pax Romana, the golden age of Rome, going. Why he saw this in the teenage Marcus Aurelius is a mystery to this day, but for once we can be sure it had nothing to do with weird underage sexual desires. Something I feel the need to clarify after emperors like Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero, who were all like,
by the way, if it makes you feel any better, I happen to like 8-year-old boys.
So after Hadrian died later in 138 CE, Aurelius found himself the adopted son of the Emperor of Rome, the adopted son of Antoninus Pius. Usually this is where I cut the music and tell you some horrific thing the powerful emperor did to his young heir out of jealousy or fear or lust, but no. Pius was a great father to Aurelius and honored Hadrian's wishes, grooming Aurelius into a great successor and laying the foundation for the humble man he would become. Then, in 145 CE, Aurelius also got married to Faustina. And this is once again where some attentive listener might go, Faustina, wait, I heard that name before. The sister. He married his sister. Finally some incest. Here we go. Now it's a real Roman Emperor video, yo. Nah, man. I'm sorry, guys. Different Faustina. Not his sister. Just a common name at the time. I'm telling you, you will find no such telenovela drama in this one. I know. It's super disappointing. Aurelius married Faustina the Younger, the daughter of Emperor Pius, and he had 14 children with her, which was more than enough to fully tie him into the emperor's bloodline and to the throne. But I just want to point out that 14 children, of which 2 were twins, means 108 months of pregnancy. That's 9 years of being pregnant. Like, slow down, Marcus. Damn, come on, give her a break. But hey, Stoicism is all about being one with nature and doing like the animals do, and even squirrels chase nuts.
You know what I'm saying. You know.
But other than literally having so many children they could play a full game of basketball against each other with substitutions, Aurelius dedicated himself to the opposite of being an athlete. To become the philosopher king, you first have to master being the nerd prince, and the frail-bodied Aurelius was hard at work. At a young age, he got bored studying all of the Greek and Latin fancy people discourse, and he took to Stoicism, a philosophy that became his life's foundation and a school of thought that I personally believe is best summarized as,
It is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I think, in Marcus Aurelius' words, this quote beautifully encapsulates a major aspect of what Stoicism is all about. Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now, take what's left and live it properly. Thus, Marcus Aurelius was on a quest to live life properly, which again meant fulfilling his potential and nature's calling to be good, aka Marky Mark got real busy. At various points, he was in charge of administrating civil law, the Roman treasury, the imperial guard, and was consul of Rome.
Not once, not twice, but thrice.
In other words, if there was ever anybody that had all the right tools to one day be the emperor, from a stable upbringing to great mentoring to perfect education and the right mindset, it was Marcus Aurelius. So when Antoninus Pius died peacefully at age 74 in 161 CE, after a great rule forever going down as the 4th great emperor in a row, Aurelius followed as the 5th great emperor in a row without a hitch. Aurelius was so well suited for the role of emperor and such a good man that he even refused to take office unless his younger brother Verus, who had also been adopted by Pius, is made co-emperor alongside with him. And so, from March 7th, 161 CE onwards, the two brothers co-ruled Rome for 7 years without drama, without backstabbing, and without anything. They just ruled and did it well.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
If you're new to this channel, do know that this video is an absolute anomaly as far as Roman emperors go. And so, for the first time ever, Rome was ruled by two. But Aurelius was very obviously the man in charge. Verus was the Scottie Pippen to Aurelius's Jordan, the Kelly Rowland to Aurelius's Beyonce. Except there was no ego involved here. Aurelius didn't care to be in charge. He just strove to be the best man he could be, and his brother and co-emperor simply agreed that Aurelius was the better man to make most decisions. So, all in all, as far as his upbringing and his time as emperor and Rome's interior politics at the time go, Aurelius' reign was absolute bliss. Not gonna lie, I kinda miss the drama, the spice from Caligula and Nero. So let's see if things get spicier in chapter 2. Death had a firm grip on Aurelius's reign as emperor. After Marcus Aurelius lost his father as a young child, he lost 6 of his young children as a father. Death became an all too common visitor in the emperor's life and a staple of his writing. Despise not death, but welcome it, for nature wills it like all else. Death is a release from the impressions of the senses and from desires that make us their puppets, and from the vagaries of the mind and from the hard service of the flesh. And to me, more than anything, these read like the words of a man trying to make peace with the losses he experienced all throughout his life. Aside from the grief in his personal life, Aurelius also had to wage war for most of his reign as emperor along Rome's borders, wars that took the life of many citizens and soldiers that were under Aurelius's protection. While Rome's interior might have been peaceful and quiet, Rome's borders were a constant battlefield. The Roman Empire was massive at this point, so naturally there was always some oppressed or opposing nation trying to start something. And throughout the reign of Marcus Aurelius and his Kelly Rowland, the most troublesome borders were those constantly tested by the Germanic people and the Parthians. The Parthians were a strong empire in their own right and fought with Rome over the border country Armenia, and the barbarians coming out of the Germanic lands were just constantly wilding out. There are many videos detailing these wars, so I'm not gonna do that, but the gist of it is simple actually. Parthia wanted a puppet king installed in Armenia, and Rome did too, so they fought over that. What's important is that the Romans returned from the Parthian frontiers with a new virus, the Antonine Plague, an epidemic that killed thousands of Romans every day. And so, once again, death visited Aurelius, this time in the form of a plague, but the emperor was ready to meet his frequent visitor, writing, "An infected mind is a far more dangerous pestilence than any plague. One only threatens your life, the other destroys your character."
That's deep.
Marcus Aurelius stood by his words and showed true character during the plague, and unlike many other wealthy Romans of the time, he did not flee the city during one of its darkest hours. He stayed amongst the sick and led the efforts to raise medical attention and awareness, and did anything to slow down the death toll. Aurelius cared deeply for his people and helping them, and he truly believed his life was no more valuable than any other human's. The plague was his chance to prove that he had accepted and embraced both the fact that it is in every man's nature to be great as much as it is in every man's nature to die.
You think my life is some precious thing to me? That I would trade my honor for a few more years of war?
But of course, Aurelius was just a man, and no man could stop this plague. Ultimately, the plague killed an estimated 5 to 10 million people over the 15 years that it ravaged the empire, and in 169 CE, it also killed the co-emperor Verus. The foreign plague turned out to be a greater enemy than any foreign army, and it, along with the Parthian War, weakened the Roman troops and its people, which in turn taxed the empire and ruined its economy. So Aurelius sold imperial possessions and ornaments for gold to help those in need, and also sold his wife's jewelry and silk robes, as well as the few things of value that Aurelius even possessed himself, because that's just the type of good guy he was. His life's mission was to help everyone. Except if you're a Germanic or Parthian or anyone not Roman, then he'll have his army kill your ass and oppress your people. All in all, though, Rome was so busy fighting its own collapse due to the Antonine Plague that it was too weak against another threat, the Germanic and the Sarmatian tribes. Led by the Marcomanni people, these tribes invaded a weakened Rome that was stretched thin across its many border fires, and so, for the first time in 270 years, an enemy army made it all the way into Italian territory. Rome needed a military savior, and they needed one bad. And as genius as Aurelius was in just about every other area of life, military matters and warfare was not one of his greatest areas of expertise. But part of his philosophy and the ways of Stoicism is also to be willing to let go of power, and Aurelius never sought to be the man and lead the charge by any means necessary. He had no problem accepting when another steps up to fulfill their potential. And that other man was Avidius Cassius, and he was the one who ended the war against the Parthians and allowed the rest of Rome to deal with the Germanic invasion. And Rome really had a lot to deal with. Like, Marcus Aurelius spent a big chunk of his time on campaigns on the northern frontiers against the Germanic people, but over time he did eventually fight them back out of Roman territory, out of Italian territory, back across their borders. Yet with everything that was going on and the dust just settling from the Parthian War and the plague still raging, communications to the front lines was disrupted. A rumor spread that the emperor Marcus Aurelius had died, a rumor that was so persistent that eventually nobody questioned it anymore. And so by 175 CE, for all accounts and purposes, it was assumed that Aurelius had died, either taken by the virus or the enemy. Even Aurelius' wife, Faustina, was certain that her husband was dead, and her beliefs were a major part in spreading the news. And of course, Faustina knew the fate of a dead emperor's family. She knew how succession in ancient Rome went.
Do you have any notion of what happens when a city is sacked? No, you wouldn't, would you? If the city falls, these fine women should be in for a bit of a rape.
That, along with the murder of your children and anyone loyal to you, you know, the usual stuff that I tell you about in these videos. And she wanted to protect her family from that, or rather protect what was left of her family from that. So she willingly supported Cassius' claim to the throne, knowing that he is an honorable man that would not murder her children nor harm her in any way. I mean, this is not funny, but even the one time, the one guy that actually usurps somebody in this video and has like real bad guy potential, even this guy does it with honor. Even Aurelius' wife, if you think she kind of betrayed her husband here, even she did that with honor and reason. There really are no bad apples in this video. But Aurelius did not die at the frontier and returned to Rome. And again, most emperors would absolutely lose it and try to get rid of Cassius or be offended at their wife's perceived betrayal, but not this guy, not Aurelius. He knew that he owed a great debt to Cassius for defeating the Parthians, and he understood that his wife only did what she had to do. And so Aurelius told the people of Rome and the Senate that if they prefer Cassius to be their emperor, he would willingly step down. Because
it is what it is. It is what it is.
I know, where's the bloodshed? Where's the violence that we humans love so much? Well, here's a little tiny bit of it. Even though Aurelius and Cassius never clashed, there was some tension over what would happen to Rome, and some of Cassius' men could not take that tension. They were loyal to their great emperor Aurelius, and so they killed Cassius and brought Aurelius his severed head. But of course, the honorable philosophy king didn't want to even look at it and was sad that a great man had died and gave Cassius a proper burial.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
Aurelius then had to return to the frontiers again to oversee its defenses against those audacious Germanic people who still dared to fight back against Rome's oppression. Like, don't they know that the big stoic Aurelius is just here to help everybody? Don't they know we're all equals? You know, just some are more equal than others, and by some, I mean Romans. But hey, what happens at the northern frontier stays at the northern frontier. So it's okay that the big stoic turned into the big hypocrite while at war. And to be fair, Marcus Aurelius did struggle with the ethics of said war versus the responsibility he had to the safety of the people and the empire he was chosen to protect and lead. A struggle that he documented in his diary, a diary we now know as the book Meditations, the majority of which was written while campaigning against the Germanic tribes, a campaign that Aurelius continued until his death on March 17th in 180 CE. And in typical Marcus Aurelius fashion, when those closest to him wept over his demise, Aurelius said, "Weep not for me, think rather of the pestilence and the death of so many others." And then he went ahead and made his son Commodus his heir, a maniac that was a literal pestilence personified and caused the death of so many others. But whatever, it is what it is. And it is ironic that the one emperor who cared the least about being known or remembered after death because he understood that that stuff is even less relevant when you're dead, that this emperor still means so much to millions of people living by his words today, living by the Stoic writings of Aurelius summarized in Meditations, a book whose original title translates to literally mean things to one's self, a book that was merely written as a reminder from the man Marcus to the emperor Aurelius to keep his ego in check, a reminder that was never meant to be shared with anyone else, and yet it is arguably Aurelius' greatest gift to history. Commodus, the emperor who fought as a gladiator. Was he the crazy, incestuous madman like we were all taught he was? Not really. I mean, he was an emperor. They were all kind of like,
I killed the son.
And sure, yeah, he did rename Rome into Commodiana and all the Romans into Commodiani and declared himself Hercules reborn. But this is another one of those big buts, you know, like the Kardashians, like they used to have in the good old days.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
But Commodus only turned crazy. He only turned crazy after his sister and two closest friends tried to kill him, which, fair enough, bro. That's enough to make any man a bit unhinged. And also, he wasn't just born crazy. When he was young, Commodus was on that Michael Jackson celebrity parents education. Like, his father only cared about Commodus being great, not Commodus having a happy childhood. We all know how that worked out for Michael Jackson. Actually worked out into him being pretty great. Michael Jackson, yeah, a bit messed up in the head, yeah, but Michael Jackson was objectively great. Fair enough. Abusive fathers won, briefed zero. I shouldn't joke. The jokes just get darker with every video. What I'm trying to say is, look at it this way. Commodus was born on August 31st in 161 CE, while his father, Marcus Aurelius, was the emperor. He was the first future emperor born into the purple, meaning the first future emperor born while his father was the emperor, and the emperor wears purple. You get it, hence born into the purple. To continue, in Commodus' own words, I never knew the touch of common cloth. The purple received me as I came forth into the world, and the sun shone down on me, man and emperor, at the same moment. Or to put it into simpler words,
I'm a spoiled ass bitch. I'ma get what I wish.
but Commodus didn't choose the sheltered rich life. The sheltered rich life chose him. Commodus just wanted to be one of the people, one of the boys, be a kid, be a teenager, but he never got that chance. Not when the big stoic, not when Marus Aurelius is your father. Big stoic Marky Mark was making sure his son got a very strict education to ensure he would be a worthy successor to the age of the 5 emperors. And you have to understand, Marcus Aurelius lost 6 of his children, and so he felt extra about the success of his son Commodus. Aurelius knew Commodus wasn't exactly cut out to rule, but as an emperor at the time, you can't really have a perfectly fine son of age ready to be heir and then not appoint him. There would be bloodshed. Marcus Aurelius had to make Commodus work, and so he put him to work because he knew Commodus. He wasn't ready. you remember that?
She wasn't ready. She wasn't ready.
Aurelius saw that as his duty as a father and as an emperor. The destiny of his son was not a common one, but all young Commodus wanted was the common love of a father, and really this clip perfectly describes their relationship. It's a bit of a longer clip, but it just works too well here. Watch this.
How come you ain't never liked me?
Like you? Who the hell said I got to like you? What law is there say I got to like you? Want to stand up in front of my face and ask a damn fool-ass question like that? Talking about liking somebody. Come here, boy, when I talk to you. Straighten up, goddammit. I asked you a question. You eat every day.
Yes, sir.
Got a roof over your head.
Yes, sir.
Got clothes on your back.
Yes, sir.
Why you think that is?
Because of you?
Hell, I know it's because of me. But why do you think that is?
Because you like me?
You're about the biggest fool I ever saw. It's my job. It's my responsibility. A man is supposed to take care of his family. You live in my house, fill your belly with my food, put your behind on my bed because you're my son. Not because I like you, because it's my duty to take care of you. I owe a responsibility to you.
Aurelius' way of showing love was providing Commodus with the best education money could buy. He had scholars brought into Rome specifically to teach his son, and even took him along on military campaigns when Commodus was just 10 years old, so that he learns how to lead at 10 years old. And he actually wanted Commodus to co-rule with his brother at some point, but that brother died while young. So when Marcus Aurelius eventually died in 180 CE, Commodus inherited the throne and ruled alone as the Emperor of Rome. Whether he was ready or not, here he came. You can't hide. He's gonna find you and make you love him. Well, I can't rap or sing anymore. At least I'm trying to entertain the people. I hear you snoring in the background. At least I'm trying to put some entertainment on for the people. You know I get comments about your lack of work ethic. They don't approve of you constantly sleeping. In a last-ditch effort to impose stoic discipline and values on Commodus and the empire, Marcus Aurelius appointed a bunch of his best generals and companions to serve the 18-year-old Commodus in his first year as emperor, especially since Rome was in the middle of a war at the time. They were fighting the Germanic barbarians in the north. They happened for 15 years in the so-called Marcomannic Wars, and young Commodus knew he still lacked experience, and he wanted to prove his worth and that he is a good emperor. So surprisingly, he asked his father's former generals and his advisors what he should do about that war, if they had a strategy that they could share with him. And so they told him, well, young Commodus, we're glad you asked because we think you should...
It doesn't matter what you think!
Of course he didn't ask them. Of course he didn't. He didn't give a damn about no advisors, man. Finally in charge. He was free now, and the first thing Commodus did was enjoy that freedom. My dude had been on the front lines of war since he was a 10. Man, he was tired of it. He wanted to live a little, and now that he no longer needed to obey his father, now that he was the emperor,
forget about it.
Man, those advisors couldn't say anything. They tried to advise him, but Commodus was like,
Excuse me, was you saying something?
You can't tell me nothing.
So the first thing Commodus did was end the war. And you think that ending a war is not necessarily a bad thing, but at this point though, the Marcomannic Wars had been waged for 15 years and Rome was on the verge of winning. Calling it off would mean all the lives lost had been in vain. So as Commodus turned his back on the war, his generals and advisors, they begged him to finish this war and not return to Rome. But Commodus was like,
Don't walk away, Danny, don't walk away from me!
Seth. I've already walked away too much.
No, you haven't. You could still come back and just turn around and come back and help me.
Commodus didn't change his mind. He had his generals negotiate peace terms that favored Rome, yeah, but could have been much better had he seen the war through. But he didn't care. Man, he hurried back to Rome with a quickness and held a massive triumph for himself. And imagine you're 18, you were under your father's thumb your entire life, studying and being prepared for a role you didn't want and knew you were not cut out for. And I mean, a lot of you probably don't have to imagine. Many of us had parents trying to push us into a lifestyle or job or duty that we didn't want, right? No? Just me?
They ask you how you are, you just have to
Okay. Nah, my dad is actually amazing. I love you, Dad, if you're watching. Best father in the world. Love you. The only thing Commodus cared for about being the emperor was the lavish lifestyle he could live. And so he held parties, man.
Forget about it.
He held excessive parties and gladiatorial games and feasts. And at just 18, horny Commodus made sure those feasts he held had
A little more room here for the fixins. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of fixes.
We're gonna have so many fixins up in this mother. We call the sauce station the sauce rack. Get it?
But Commodus wasn't just a backed up teenager. He'd learned from his father and he knew how important the people were. So he was smart enough to also hand out food to the common folk. And obviously they loved the games. The gladiatorial bloodshed gladiator games were watched by the emperor and the people alike. So it brought them level and was one of the few times that people could see the emperor sitting in his box. Imagine it like in football stadiums when fans do chants. Yeah, the Roman people could actually shout at the emperor and interact with him. It was great. He felt like one of them for as long as the gladiators were shedding blood in the sands of the Colosseum. The people loved Commodus, and Commodus loved being loved, since that was the one thing his father wasn't good at giving him, or at least not good at showing him. So how much did he crave their love?
A lot.
How much did he love them back?
A lot.
How many games did he hold?
A lot.
Basically, this was his chance to be one of the boys. He essentially bought the people's loves, and at the expense of the empire's treasury. If you know anything about Rome, you know that many emperors that are loved by the people and spent money on lavish events for the people, they're often hated by the elites. And that's how. In the case of Commodus, the elites that wanted to kill him were his own sister, Lucilla. Long before Commodus was emperor, Marus Aurelius had his daughter, Lucilla, married to his co-emperor and adopted brother, Lucius Verus. Because every Roman story needs at least a little bit of incest, even if it's like adoption incest. That meant that Lucilla was the empress. She was Augusta, an honorary title she held even after her husband died, until Commodus became emperor and his wife, Bruttia Crispina, became Augusta, the empress, leaving Lucilla to just be Lucilla. And Lucilla didn't want to just be Lucilla. She liked her fancy title. So she went to her husband, who had been a former general under Marcus Aurelius, and told him they should take the throne from her brother so she can have her fancy title back and he can sit on the throne. But her husband was like,
I told you I don't want it.
It doesn't matter what you want.
Luckily, Lucilla also had a lover on the side, whose casual, breezy name was Marcus Aurelius Quadratus Annianus. We're gonna go with Quadratus for short. Quadratus was a rich sideman, and you know how these sidemen are when they're trying to impress a woman and get her to divorce her main guy. They'll do anything, and a thirsty man is a powerful ally. Remember that, ladies. You're welcome. That made Quadratus the perfect accomplice to murder Lucilla's brother for her, and he used his connections to enlist a senator into their scheme, Quintianus. Which is kind of funny to me, because one's name is Quadratus, and the other is Quintianus. Who's next in this gang of assassins? Sextus? God damn, it's like Roman history was written by bad writers. So Quadratus, Quintianus, and I guess Sextus were Lucilla's muscle, and ultimately it was agreed that the senator, Quintianus, would use his cover as senator to simply lure Commodus into a one-on-one meeting and kill him, just like Julius Caesar was once killed by senators, except Quintianus was man enough to do it all on his own, and so he did do exactly that. But just before he killed Commodus, Commodus was like, wait, why are you doing this? I didn't want to act that strong. I choked. wait, why are you doing this? And Quintianus said,
I'm glad you asked that, because I wanted to take this time to explain my evil plan.
And he did. The guy really did the whole B-movie villain evil plan speech, telling Commodus how his sister and the Senate want him dead, and this idiot took so long that Commodus' bodyguards arrived and stopped Quintianus and killed him. And then Commodus did a good old purge and killed anyone suspected to be involved in the plot to murder him, and that's how. Thanks to the gossipy Quintianus, Commodus now knew that the Senate was an enemy, and so from now on he constantly executed some senators or took their money or both, all to minimize the Senate's power and also to finance his lavish lifestyle. Of course, killing a bunch of senators leaves a lot of empty positions of power, and others rose up, people that Commodus trusted, and one of those people was Tigidus Perennis, and he became Commodus' best friend. So, of course, since Commodus never cared about the administrative duties of being emperor, he basically let Perennis rule the empire. So by 183 CE, Perennis was the emperor in all but name, and Commodus was emperor in excesses and spending only. Perennis made sure that no one was plotting against Commodus and kept purging on every whim of his suspicion, and with so many rich men being executed, a lot of money came his way. So in having Commodus's back, Perennis made himself the richest man in Rome, and it seemed like it would be smooth sailing from here on out if it wasn't for Commodus's other BFF, Marus Aurelius Cleander. Cleander was a former slave from Turkey who once uncovered that Commodus' chamberlain was planning to kill the emperor and killed the chamberlain instead, saving Commodus, and since then he was close to the emperor, rising in rank to become his most trusted associate next to Perennis. Both Perennis and Cleander wanted to be the Robin to Commodus' Batman and tried to get rid of one another, and it was really convenient that right around that time, at another big gladiator game where Commodus was in attendance, an old man rushed on the field, not to streak, no, nobody wants to see that, but to randomly warn Commodus that the sword of Perennis was at his throat. Of course, Perennis denied all of it, and had the old crazy man burned to death and told Commodus, old people these days, huh? But Commodus' mind had been incepted. Suddenly, he remembered all the things Perennis did to gain power for himself and make himself rich, and that Perennis appointed his own son to be in charge of a whole Roman region. Commodus wasn't so sure how he felt about Perennis anymore, and Cleander made sure to tell Commodus exactly how to feel about Perennis. Then, one day, soldiers arrived in Rome, soldiers from the very region where Perennis' son was in charge, and as they reported to Commodus, they told him that in said region, coins were being minted with Perennis' face on it. If you don't know what that means, having your face on a coin means you're the emperor, or you're planning to kill the emperor to become the emperor. And if you're planning to overthrow someone, And an old man already threw shade on you publicly in front of the emperor. Man, don't put your face on coins, man. That's just dumb. Even Commodus looked at Perennius like...
I mean, you're either stupid or you're dangerous, man. And you can't be stupid because stupid people know they can't push my buttons and piss me off. So you must be dangerous. To who? To yourself.
And he had Perennius beheaded and then also killed Perennius' son, and that's how... So now, in 185 CE, Cleander was Commodus number 2. Why do we call that number 2? Like, if it's from Commodus' point of view, wouldn't the most trusted man by his side be his number 1? Or do we start the numbering with ourselves and we're number 1 and your closest associate is your number 2? You're my number 1. You're my number 1. I'm sorry. Go on. You're my number 1. I love you. At this point, Commodus didn't trust anyone in Rome anymore and rarely even appeared in public. He mostly spent time in his villa, away from Rome, partying all day, all night, and let Cleander run the empire. Because if trusting your number 1/number 2 to rule in your stead goes wrong once, surely it's not gonna go wrong twice. Cleander was the definition of corrupt, and all he cared about was getting rich.
Chain, getting paid over here.
He sold governorships to the highest bidder, military commands, senatorships, and once appointed 25 consuls in 1 year. There's only supposed to be 2 consuls in 1 year. Cleander was putting out for the highest bidder long before OnlyFans, and to make sure he could keep enriching himself, he sent Commodus a lot of that money so that the emperor stays away and stays happy, spending money and living the good life, drinking and partying in his villa like... Then, in 189 CE, Rome was hit by a plague, and famine spread across the capital, and along with the famine, a rumor spread. Word on the street was that Cleander was hoarding grain to use the famine to his profit and control the people. Word had it that maybe Cleander was responsible for the plague in the first place, and so word quickly turned into anger, and soon all of the common people of Rome wanted Cleander's head. And so Cleander asked for a pillow, got on his knees, and asked the people to please hold his hair back and... I'm so sorry. Layup, yo. That was a layup. That was a right-handed layup. Man, that was too easy. The good thing is, if you're too young to get it, you just won't get it. So it's not even a problem for you teachers showing this video in class. Hi, kids. The people wanted to see Cleander dead, but Cleander very much wanted to see Cleander live, and so he sent out legions to slaughter all the rioters. But the rioters fought back, and soon Rome was on the brink of civil war. So of course, eventually, word of the bloodshed reached Commodus, and common people. Commodus did not like what Cleander was doing to his common people, so he came back to Rome and confronted Cleander about, bro, you're driving Rome into ruin. Like, what the hell are you doing? And Cleander, who had so much blood on his hands, you'd think he was a midwife, was trying to act all innocent, like...
Me? You mean me?
But he couldn't fool Commodus any longer, and so that's when... Commodus didn't just kill Cleander in any way, though. Nah, he had him beheaded and then put his head on a spear and gave it to the masses so they can have some fun with it. Then he killed all of Cleander's homies and sons and also gave their dead bodies to the crowd to do weird things to them. It's safe to say that this is around the time that Commodus turns into the crazy and evil Commodus you know him as. And fair enough, though. I mean, think after his 2 best friends and his sister betrayed him, now Commodus had no one left to trust, so with no one he cared for, it was time for another purge. And once the city was purged of everybody that could possibly oppose him, Commodus returned to actively take the throne and to leave no doubt whose house Rome was. He then renamed the city into Commodiana. And he also decided that he is now the reincarnation of the mythical founder of Rome, Romulus. Which I guess is not that weird, because in the past year alone, I, myself, met two people who thought they were Aphrodite, reborn, and another dude who thought he was like some Hindu god avatar, reborn. So yeah, reincarnation is actually a thing now, right now in real life, yeah. But renaming the city and being its reborn founder wasn't enough for Commodus, so he decided that he was meant for even bigger things. So now Rome was Commodiana, and its people were the Commodiani, which sounds like a comedy, but Commodus was very serious and also decided he was actually two reincarnations in one. He was also Hercules reborn, and with two divine reincarnation ancestors, whatever. It was time for him to change his name to something more suitable, something that rolls off the tongue better. Commodus now officially called himself Imperator, Kaiser, Lucius, Aelius, Aurelius, Commodus, Augustus, Pius, Felix, Darmaticus, Germanicus, Maximus, Britannicus, pacifier of the whole earth, invincible, the Roman Hercules, Pontifex Maximus, holder of the tribunician authority for the 18th time, Imperator for the 8th time, consul of the 7th time, father of his country, two consuls, praetors, tribunes, and the fortunate Commodian Senate. Greetings. I don't know why he added greetings in the end. And then he renamed all the months of the year after all of his names. The only thing in Rome, Commodiana, that didn't have Commodus written all over it yet was the gladiatorial arena. So Commodus decided that the Commodiani should now watch him fight against chained up defenseless animals and gladiators equipped with sponges, and for the privilege of them watching him unspectacularly defeat sitting ducks, he paid himself 1 million sesterces for each performance. About $10 million today, at least, depending on what inflation you use, which, based on pay per effort, made Commodus one of the highest paid athletes to this day.
To this day!
Unsurprisingly, at this point, all the elite Commodiani in Commodia were like, they were tired of being forced to watch him fake fight in the arena, tired of his statues as Hercules all over the city, tired of him bankrupting Commodiana, and tired of a goddamn being called Commodiana. They wanted Rome back. And then came New Year's Eve, 192 CE, a day on which the emperor usually makes an appearance during the celebrations, an appearance on palace grounds. But this time around, Commodus wanted to make his great appearance in the gladiatorial barracks, in full armor, surrounded by other gladiators. And I mean, say what you will about the guy, but at least he wanted to be close to his boys, the boys that were paid to hang out with him and paid to lose to him, but still, the boys. He wanted to be one of them, even on this important occasion of him appearing as the emperor, and that really brings us full circle to our original statement, doesn't it? The boy born into the purple just wanted to be one of the boys, and that exact desire was his downfall. Gladiators were considered to be on the same low level as slaves and prostitutes. I mean, they were slaves. To the posh Romans, it was bad enough that Commodus was hanging out with these slaves, partying with them and being friendly with them, but Commodus wanting to appear in the barracks and sharing this holy special occasion with them, it was considered a huge disgrace. And everybody around Commodus told him not to do it. Don't do it, including those closest to him, his mistress Marcia Eclectus, a trusted servant, and Aemilius Laetus, the praetorian prefect of the time. They all told him he'd make a fool of himself and to please come to his senses and distance himself from these low-life gladiators. So Commodus, of course, listened to their worries, and then he told them,
I'm going to kill each and every one of you, and the only disappointment in it for me is that I only get to do it once.
Seriously, he was so pissed that they disagreed with this idea, he wanted them dead. Except he didn't have them killed right away. He wrote their names on his to-do list of people to kill later. Yeah, he really had a list like that. And his mistress found Commodus's death note, and now that she knew he was planning to kill her and the others after his disgraceful gladiator barracks ceremony, she and the others had a simple decision they were faced with.
You kill or you die.
And unsurprisingly, they chose to kill. And so Marcia, his mistress, brought Commodus poisoned wine to do the deed. But it wasn't strong enough, and Commodus just ended up violently vomiting it all out, still clinging to life, so that his 3 assailants had to bring in a wrestler to finish the job. But they didn't just bring in any wrestler. They brought in the very man that Commodus trusted to make him one of the boys. The man who trained him to be a gladiator, a man named Narcissus. So in the end, the emperor with the lost childhood, the emperor who just wanted to be one of the boys, wanted to be cool like the fighters so desperately that he had planned to hold one of the empire's important addresses amongst his fellow fighters. That man, Commodus, was strangled to death by one of the boys. How about that for a very twisted circle of life? And now you know the story of Commodus.